Get on.
All right, good morning. It's 8:29 on the 23rd of January, 2025. We're here in Salem for the Oregon State Marine Board quarterly board meeting. Before we get started on our agenda, do any of the board members have any announcements or honors they'd like to do?
Well, if I could, I'd like to make one, and I think this is a special acknowledgement for me. Brian Paulson just completed his leadership program, and Brian, I've always considered the leading data nerd for the organization. I can see Brian is much, much more than that. I really appreciate his efforts, and congratulations on completing the leadership program. I think you have a bright future, and I think the Marine Board really values you being here. You're really providing a great service to the public of Oregon. So thank you, Brian.
Under which we thank you. Thank you for the support the agency provided for me to go through leadership Oregon last year. Much appreciated.
Anybody else?
I just would like to say thank you and recognize Jen Cooper. I think Jen has done an amazing job at coordinating all the record keeping and scheduling of all the stuff that we were talking about later on in the agenda. And you see the amount of testimony that comes in for different topics and coordinating that, compiling all of that, providing that to the board so that we have ample time to review it. I know that this takes a lot of work. Good job.
And finally, I want to congratulate the boating safety group. First, for the flagship video. To me, I've shared it with a lot of people, and in some of the times during the holidays and stuff when people were stressed out or just like frustrated, just watching 2 minutes of that and getting back into the beauty of Oregon, even if people who aren't boaters, it is just such a fantastic tool. Thank you for doing that. And also just want to congratulate the 8 deputies and 1 Marine fire person for the honors that they got at our end of season event in December. So with that, let's start on our agenda. First item is we have minutes from our work session on October 2nd. Are there any questions or a motion? Anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from the October 2nd meeting.
All right, I'll second that. Any discussion? Hearing none, we have a motion and a second to approve the meetings from the work session on October 2nd. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Then my computer comes back. We have the minutes from the October 23rd meeting that we had out in Hood River. Any comments or questions about those minutes? Hearing none, is there a motion?
I make a motion we approve this. So I'm very complete.
Second it?
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the October 23rd minutes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. We're going to shift some things around. I understand we have nobody signed up for public comment today, so we're going to move to our actual agenda. Jeff Huntington is here to speak, and he's got a time crunch, so we're going to switch him and the director's agency report. So Jeff, come on up.
Sure, appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and if I could, Chair Jackson, just put context into where Jeff's joining us today, I think, as Chair Jackson, members of the board, Larry Warren, Director of the Oregon State Marine Board. I think of Jeff serving 2 roles. Maybe he thinks he serves like 7 or 8, but he is the governor's senior natural resource policy advisor. So he looks out after all the natural resources, but he's also our assigned governor's policy advisor. He's the 4th advisor I've had in my tenure as director, and he's excellent to work with in both his senior natural resource role and as our assigned advisor. 2 things that I think Jeff's done that really help our agency for the board to think about is he came in and took a really strong natural resource cabinet and made us stronger by really getting us to think and act like a natural resource cabinet. Oregonians obviously value their natural resources, and the more we think and act together, the better for everybody. We all have different priorities and goals and missions, but acting together as a cabinet is important. And then just on a more personal level, Jeff comes to us with experience in the past as being a director, which is super helpful for me because he can be realistic and demanding all at the same time, which is good. He understands what we're facing from it day to day, which makes I think us also be more successful in what we get done at the Natural Resource Cabinet. And then as a side benefit, we get a little bit of a mentor and a coach of someone who's been in that role for us before. So with that, I will let Jeff share all about himself, and certainly Jeff, that, you know.
Thanks, Larry.
Anything,
That
let me
was
know.
a very nice way to start the day. Jeez. A little bit of pressure there. So, yeah, I just a little bit of context. I have a small team for the governor, but we divide up between climate and energy policy and then natural resource base. And I have folks that do each of those two things that are leads for the governor's office. And then a couple of people that focus on Klamath and then Columbia Basin issues with the federal government. So we're kind of small team, but small but mighty. We have 14 agencies and 34 boards and commissions in Oregon that deal with natural resources. It's a clear reflection of a choice that Oregonians made not to have a stacked DNR with one, that comes to one director, and to have boards and commissions like you that are engaged in the business of the agencies. So all of those 14 agencies have an oversight or a board, policy board that they work with. And I've been visiting with every one of the boards just to touch base, say hi. One of the things that the governor asked me to do was to make sure that we were integrating agencies to do exactly what Larry described. And I've been kicking around in natural resource issues in Oregon for 39 years, in different capacities in and outside the state government. I've been kicked around by natural resource issues enough that I have enjoyed working with the directors a lot. And what we've been trying to do, in addition to consolidating the cabinet into being a more unified, cross-disciplinary approach between directors, so that setting an expectation for Larry to be working with a Fish and Wildlife director or working with DEQ as things come up, working with OSP, is drawing a closer connection with board chairs. And we can't do it with every board member, but one of the things we've tried to do is begin to have more of a triangle in our approach for dealing with issues that are coming before our agencies by having the board chair, the director, and the governor's office communicating when it's important to do that, and leaving you to do your business when we don't need to be communicating and looking over your shoulder. But it's an open invitation for any of you, if you ever feel like you have something you want to talk to the governor's office about. You're serving the state of Oregon, and we certainly appreciate the fact that you're donating your time and your energy and your passion and your expertise to helping this agency move through its business. And if there's something that you need to talk to the governor's office about, call me. That's just fine. We are doing a little bit of work. We started doing a little bit of work with having all of the board chairs and directors come in together from the 14 agencies, and we'll be doing that again in the summer after the session. But just know that's going on below the surface. One of the things that the governor has asked, in addition to kind of drawing this tighter triangle between the agencies and having a relationship with board chairs in our work, is to make sure you know that moving the ball forward and thinking about where we need to be positioned as a state on natural resource management in 2030 and 2035, and doing what's important to get us to that space. And thinking about that in the context of, well, we've been doing a number of things for the last 20 years. What's important in those things to keep, and what is important to change to move forward and deal with the pace and scale that climate change is having on natural resources, working lands and natural landscapes together. We are very supportive of that. And that sometimes comes with decisions that come through a rulemaking or policy directions that are not consensus based. And folks have strong opinions about how to manage the natural resource base in Oregon. And our boards and commissions sometimes run into issues that, in order to position ourselves to be better, more appropriately managing the resource base, looking out 5 or 10 years from now, you have big issues that come to you. And I just want to make sure you know that we talk about those issues at cabinet. I talk to Larry about the issues as they come up. And the Oregon way sometimes gets, is to drive to consensus and make everybody happy. Sometimes boards have business in front of them that you can't make everybody happy, and you have to do the right thing from your perspective, and we trust you to do that. And I guess I want you to know there is air cover for boards to take on these issues, work through them. It's got to be a transparent and open process. But when the time comes that you had your transparent, your open process, you've heard what you need to hear in order to move this agency forward and do the right policy decision that you think the agency should be working with, then make the decision and know that that's part of what we want you to do. And thank you for, whatever heat you take when that happens. And I don't know how often that happens in this agency. Some of my boards, Board of Forestry, Environmental Quality Commission, Fish and Wildlife Commission, they are in that maelstrom often. But sometimes it's harder when maybe you're not, and occasionally it pops up on you. So I think that I'll stop there, because I'd like to, if you've got questions for us, things that you want to talk about, I'm happy to do that. And I'm here.
Thank you, Jeff. Just for our board to know, the event that Jeff was mentioning was in early December, and I did attend, Larry attended, and I thought it was really interesting to meet other board chairs and meet some of the other directors and just kind of listen to what some of the challenges they're facing in terms of communication or lack thereof. And I think one of the big things I walked out of that with is I think we do a lot of things really, really well.
You do.
In terms of communication between our board and our director and our other staff people.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the no surprises rule, right? That is really not in a great space. Something's up if you're surprised by something that's happening in the department, or the department's surprised by something that, is on your mind and you feel like you need to do. And I think that at home and here, a no surprises rule in my life is a really good one that I try to manage through. So it was an interesting meeting. I learned a lot in that meeting. And I think we'll have another one after the legislative session.
Great. Any questions for Jeff or comments?
I have a couple, surprisingly. About 20 years ago, Oregon was mandated to put together a comprehensive salmon management plan, and they did.
The Oregon Plan for Salmon and Watersheds.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the intention was to have a cohesive effort from all agencies to manage salmon. And today we see a lot of volunteer efforts. You got watershed councils, you've got communities with trying to develop salmon sanctuaries, but it seems to be disjointed. Doesn't seem to be linked up very well. I've been on the board here for 7 years, and I don't see a lot of linkage with some of these organizations. I think there probably should be. We're after all trying to accomplish the same thing in the end. So I don't know how you go about doing that, but I think there's an area that needs improvement there.
Yeah. Yeah, the Oregon Plan for Salmon and Watersheds came about after the ballot measure 66 in 1999. That also, in that legislative session, created the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. And I was the first director of OWEB. And that was a real special time in terms of trying to build a lot of what I'm talking about now is trying to build a cohesive approach across all the agencies to focus on how we improve watershed functioning conditions and for salmon and for water quality, because we were dealing with TMDLs at the time as well. There's two parts to that. One is, what are the agencies doing, and is there cohesion between the agencies that are under the direct authority of the governor? And I think there is cohesion there. The other part of the Oregon Plan, though, was built on citizen-based volunteer efforts with watershed councils across the state and soil water conservation districts, and on a theory that every watershed, the folks that live there have an idea of what are the best voluntary efforts that can be taken to improve functioning conditions in their watershed. And so a piece of the Oregon plan was actually built on not having cohesion between the Siuslaw watershed and the Coos watershed, or the mid-coast, or the Wallowa water, whatever. And have a funding structure that brings them into OWEB, who sets priorities for funding on the Measure 66, which is lottery dollars. 3.5% of the lottery goes to the grant program, plus a lot of federal funds, and have priorities set with an open grant process for those citizen groups to work with landowners on anything that is not required by regulation to help fund improvements, whether it's fish passage or it's rerouting a stream, or putting woody debris in streams for salmon, whatever it is. OWEB does a roll up of the investment of those dollars, where they've gone, why they've gone there, and tracking some of the monitoring. So I know it does look a little disjointed because of a citizen-led restoration effort. But it has, I think in some watersheds, all watersheds, it's made a difference. And in some, it is the difference between those salmon runs winking out at the low, on the low return days or years, and not. Is that?
Well, an example is mini jet boats. Where should they go? Where shouldn't they go? And we're having to deal with that. And we want to keep them from disturbing the watersheds where salmon need to be protected. But we're also trying to promote boating opportunities in this state. So we are confronted with that issue. And we think we could use some advice from the watershed councils on where their boating ought to be limited.
I would seek out that advice. I think an invitation to watershed councils is a great idea. Larry, there's an executive director of a watershed council association now. They actually formed an association because this has been going on now for 30 years, and 25 years, and there's 47 watershed councils or something pretty close to that, and then the soil water conservation districts. But the watershed councils do have an association and kind of are speaking with a more unified voice on some statewide issues.
Excellent. That's good to know, Jeff. We'll make sure as we think about mini jets in the future, that sounds like a group we need to connect better with. And then, member with you, I would also offer some of that discussion I shared and Jeff has shared about the agency component of that. Again, I think, been 6 years in the role, and in the last year and a half, 2 years, we've just functioning differently as a cabinet in a good way. So I think some of that agency connection that you've been looking for is there now that might not have been there in the past.
One of the things we're talking a lot about at cabinet, and we'll be spending more time in the coming years that you'll see is how to build more resiliency across working in natural landscapes. And what you're talking about is part of that. That would be a way. That's the point of entry into that conversation for the Marine Board. It's like, all right, we don't have the expertise on how to build resiliency when we're considering boater access of a certain kind in a certain area. Are there metrics or issues that we should be taking into account when we're looking at a statewide policy? And that's the kind of thinking that we want exactly what we want to see when we're trying to figure out how we should look in 2035 as opposed to 2025.
I don't want to dominate all this, but I do have another one that's close to home. I'm from Bend. So upper Deschutes.
Not the lower Deschutes, because I'm hearing a lot about the lower Deschutes right now. Okay.
Upper Deschutes, there's a lot of competition for the resource there.
Yes, there is.
And we have the dam set up for irrigation principally. Well, of course, the irrigation demands reduce the flow in the upper Deschutes every fall. And the fish are left to try to survive and what water remains. And there's volunteer groups that have to go up and gather the fish and move them back into the lakes and dams. It would be nice if we were able to establish some agreement with the irrigation companies where they're maintaining some kind of minimum flow, much as was suggested, I believe, by your office in the road group. That is really essential there, and I don't know how we go about doing that. It's not directly related to the Marine Board, but it is a concern we have in Deschutes.
The Deschutes Resource Conservancy, is it the Deschutes Resource Conservancy? There's a group that it was formed as part of the Oregon Plan for Salmon and Watersheds back in the mid-90s, even before the Oregon Plan a little bit, that is still functioning there, that brings the water users and the in-stream advocates for management of that basin to talk about agreements that can be reached that are not required by the water rights structure, but to how to manage that water rights structure so that you're accomplishing multiple goals. You know, we're sitting on a water rights structure in Western states that goes back to the 1800s. And so those vested rights in the Deschutes Basin are significant, and they are old, and they are dominating the management regime in that stretch. And I don't think it's a conservancy. I'll tell Larry and he'll get you the name.
I'll find out.
But that's a place where that kind of conversation is happening.
So on those lines, I have a neighbor who has, it goes way back to the 1800s. They have a barren field that they feel obligated to water.
Yep. Are they going to lose their right?
They're going to lose their rights and lose their property back.
And there are in-stream lease programs now for to help people avoid forfeiture and get their water used for in-stream for fish. That's exactly the kind of conversation that OWEB is there to help fund when there's a local solution that kind of makes things incrementally better. So I'll make sure Larry's got some contact information for you, and that's great. I appreciate the interest in that.
So I dominated enough of your time.
Remember with you, I didn't even warn Jeff that you asked easy questions.
I think I'm gonna maybe nominate him to serve on the OWEB board, actually. We'll just put you on another board if you need more
This
time.
term ends.
June.
I'll take no.
It's not, okay. It's good to meet you.
Any other comments or questions for Jeff?
I would just add that I appreciate you coming to our meeting today and talking about the subject that you talked about on the subject of difficult decisions and not making everyone happy. I think it's a, great conversation to be having at a meeting such like we're having today, where we're going to be faced with an agenda topic later on today. And I've seen across many levels of government, working in government for almost 3 decades, where decisions just don't get made because of the fear of making somebody. And sometimes we just need to realize that sometimes the best decisions don't make everybody happy. I mean, I appreciate you reiterating that from the members.
Having a decision brings certainty, and then people can realign and continue to talk. And I believe in iterative decisions. I don't think you jump to the perfect outcome the first time. And so as long as we're comfortable iterating and doing a step forward, evaluating how that's going and maybe what the next step should be, and then coming back to the issue and doing it again, but making the decisions along the way, I think we serve the public's interest better that way. And I think we serve the economic interest by providing the certainty of our decisions in doing that. And we keep moving forward. That's the key.
And I think the other benefit that I see from that is not encumbering staff here at this great agency, working for 2 years, trying to get us the data to make all these decisions. And
Yeah.
that's our role as a board, is to make those tough decisions so that they can continue on.
Yeah. I agree with you entirely, Steve. I think my one admonition to you, and then I'll leave you to do your business, is that when doing that, sometimes it is difficult to balance the economic interest with the long-term value of the resource that you're trying to be the steward for. And good stewardship often means being comfortable being the voice for that resource, even in a discussion as tough as you have occasionally. So, all right.
Steve actually said what I was going to say, a little bit different and probably better than I would have said it. I know several mentors of mine throughout my career. One of the things I said, when you have challenging decisions like what we're going to be talking about later today, if you walk out of it and everybody's upset, you probably did it right.
That's what I live in. That's
one thing that I really enjoyed hearing and learning both from yourself and from Director Warren, about better collaboration within the agencies. And another issue that's really near and dear to me that really doesn't have anything to do with the Marine Board, except kind of tangentially, is the whole Ross Island Lagoon thing, which is a resiliency issue. It's, multiple resource agencies, and, it's been going on for more years than have actually been documented.
Yeah.
That we're actually finally realizing that there are ways to fix it. And the state agencies are getting more involved, and I believe there's a bill in the legislature to get some more state money to help really push that thing forward. So seeing the agencies actually sit at the same table and talk about these things, it used to be very much more siloed. It's just really great.
I encourage you to extend an invitation to other directors of agencies to spend 20 minutes with you, talking about what their challenges are and how they fit with you. So let's all keep working on it.
Like, one more comment, I guess,
Sure.
Jackson, that I would say is, being new to this board, past, my board meetings about a year, but working with this agency for nearly 20 years, I think it's important for you in the role that you serve to know that, at least from my perspective as a board member and pre-being board, I find myself really in a good position with staff here within the agency. I think it's important for a board to be functioning properly, to be able to have that relationship closely with staff. And I feel that this is a very well-run agency, various leadership, and with his department managers do. And it's nice to be able to have those interactions and have that firm base for relationship when we go into making decisions like we're talking.
Makes all the difference,
Makes it
doesn't it?
way easier.
And the Marine Board is one of the best run agencies in the state of Oregon, period. I really do believe that and appreciate it. And that's what gives you the bandwidth to kind of have good conversations. And I do want to say, just to make it very clear, I'm not here today because of the decision you've got pending. It's a coincidence that it's all coming.
You've been trying for a year and you finally got it at work.
That's exactly right. So good luck today. Have a robust conversation, do what you think is right, and I will come back anytime, and encourage you to have maybe Debbie Colbert come by for a meeting just on when there's not a particular issue. All right.
Thank you for coming.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. And now we're back to agenda item A, Director's Agency Report.
Director's Agency Report. So I've got just a few things I'm going to share, and then of course take questions. It was a little light on the legislation, so that's what I'm going to focus on, just because when I wrote the report, bills weren't out, things weren't going. So just as a reminder, long session. It's a long session, so we're going to be at it till June 29th. I can't remember the statutory deadline, but end of June. We'll call it the end of June, June 28th. I think that's the date. Right now, there is, as of this morning, I think there's around 2,300, 2,400 bills. And that'll grow easily to 4,000 bills, no problem. Maybe up to 6,000 bills. And for those that haven't been as involved in session stuff, or just reminders, there's always this big hurry up and wait, hurry up and wait. So right now we're in a little bit of the hurry up as they form, they figure out what issues are going to be important to them, sift through some bills. April 16th is kind of one of the first real looks at when we get a feel for what's going to keep going. That's a chamber deadline where things really kind of have to get out of that first chamber over to the other chamber. So that's a date where we see that. And then session rhythm calls that after that, everything slows down and we all sit around and wait for the May forecast, because that's when they can light the fire to figure out how to get out of session. So we're kind of in that hurry up, then we'll be in a lull, and then we'll get going. I always want to remind board members that there's bills that we asked for, which the guide bill was one of those. And then there's bills that others introduce that are impacting us. And we, as an executive branch of government, typically do not take positions on bills that we don't introduce. And sometimes that can be confusing for the public. They think, oh, the Marine Board must have brought this up. Oh, the Marine Board doing this to me. And I think what the easiest way I describe it to people is, goes back to like 4th grade civics classes, your 3 branches of government. The legislative branch should be free to legislate, and the executive branch administers those things. So we provide information, we answer questions, we connect lawmakers with people that we know are interested, we help educate them, we talk about how those bills go. But if it's not a bill that came from us, we typically take no position and we just provide information and facts. So, if you have any questions about process, please don't hesitate to ask. I know some of you have personal passions. We found out about a few new ones at Craig, so maybe he's gonna become a lobbyist out there for the dispute. You're still citizens. You have a right to go testify. Some of you have professional jobs that may call for that. It would just help me out if you flagged if you were gonna go over to the Capitol and testify on something, so I could just advise you on things that I would think about as a member of a board that is appointed by the governor and you're gonna go testify. But you certainly don't give up your right to go be a person and testify. But if it's related to the agency, I really, really ask you to talk to me before you do that, just so we can at least talk through that and what that looks like. With that said, the board chair always, when they're available, attends our budget hearing. Newsflash, Laura, we expect it to be the week of February 17th. We're getting that word. We're hoping that holds up. Our budget, I think, will be fairly straightforward this time, but you never know. And now I'm gonna read off a few bills. I'm not gonna go into detail because we're just not there yet with the analysis. And then I'll do what I've done in the past, which is every week or two, I'll send you all an update on the bills we're watching and just sort of what I think's happening with them for the near term. A couple bills that came out. There's two bills, Senate Bill 301 and 2247. And they're what we call study bills. And they say Marine Board's going to study safe operations of motorboats. And study bills get viewed two ways, and you don't ever know until they get going. Sometimes they're just a placeholder for what may become an amendment in the future. And sometimes they're just really like they want the agency to go study something and bring a report back so they know what to do next. I will say there are a lot of study bills this time. Which happens, some sessions you just get a lot of study bills. So what that means, we probably won't know till April 16th about midnight, but some of that means for the big picture of all these study bills. We'll be watching those, I think, just to see where they go. They have what I would call is a very wide open related to clause. They're related to boats, which means it could be amended to be just about anything in the world. So we'll just keep an eye on them. No idea yet what those will become. Senate Bill 700 is a repeat of a life jacket bill last time. There are some changes to it. This is the one that came primarily out of a group of doctors up in Portland that really feel strongly that more youth should be in life jackets in more situations. Last time the bill did get a hearing and it just didn't go anywhere. I think there's a variety of reasons for that. I'm not educated enough on them to try to guess in a public forum what those were, but I think that you all understand that, you know, as the Marine Board, we would love people to be wearing life jackets all the time. That would be great. But somewhere between that idea and civil liberties and what's needed rests an answer of what's politically possible.
What's the scope of that bill? Only addressing children?
It is
You remember?
18 and under.
16.
16 and under, sorry, thank you. 16 and under. And it called for life jackets in more situations, so things outside of our authority. Pool toys, out on the river. So you know, the interesting thing in terms of government regulation, pool toys and kind of river water body swimmers, there's not really an agency that's responsible for regulating that. So, but certainly we'll be paying attention. We may be asked to come over and testify on some data around youth fatalities and things going on. And, you know, I'll just share with the board that on a bill like that, I think, you know, we always say as a Marine Board, we'd love everybody to be in a life jacket that's out on a boat. But beyond that, you know, the broader question of the political will to do something like that is not ours to answer.
Who's the sponsor of that?
I believe it's Senator Reynolds who sponsored it last time. She is, and she picked up another sponsor this time. And so she, you know, I think Representative Neron sponsored as well. And it is, we've had, last summer was a tough year for kids drowning, not on a boat related thing. It was just a tough year, particularly in the Portland area. It felt like every week there was a story in the media about a kid out on the river drowning. And it's tough to read it. It's tough to read when you know a life jacket would help. So, but you know, I think that bill it'll be an interesting bill to see where it goes. It'll also help inform the board on maybe where society's at today on increasing life jacket use and where. So, House Bill 2170 would do, it would let us contract with other entities to do AIS check stations. Right now, we contract essentially with ODFW. It lets ODFW, it lets us, and essentially it would let us contract with water councils and a few others that can run some AIS check stations. That's coming from Representative Helm's office. The hits in Idaho, I think, have awoken the aquatic invasive species awareness in our area, where now it feels a little close to home when you're getting those hits. Just, you know, that river doesn't stop at our border there. So, you know, it just really is starting to bring home that issue. So how can we get our hands around this as a state? With that said, there's also another bill, House Bill 2982, that would increase boating fees by $2, essentially $3. Thank you, Alan. It was 2, 3. Thank you. And that would be for motorized, it'd be for waterway access. There's some increases. And the goal of that is to increase the funding for aquatic invasive species prevention. So the one thing I would share, not directly related to this bill, but we get asked a lot of like, are the other states doing their part to keep boats with invasive species from coming into our state? And the hard truth is right now, we're probably the proverbial state of Oregon are probably not doing our part as well. There's states that are probably better funded and more equipped to deal with these AIS check stations and some of the prevention methods. And so I think additional revenue would help with those. I know we're in talks with ODFW. I know they're interested in looking at it as well. So, and again, that bill is coming from Representative Helm, who again is I appreciate taking a leadership role on the invasive, it appears to be taking a leadership role on the aquatic invasive species issue. We had some of the champions from the past that are no longer in the legislature. They retired out. And so it's neat to see new people taking that and thinking about how we can make that program better. So we'll watch that one, of course, really closely. And then this bill is our bill. So we have a position we think it should pass. It's the guide and outfitter bill. And that's the restructuring of the fees and dealing with some of the interstate commerce issues and some of the funding for enforcement. And so we've got that bill coming up. That's our bill. So
What's the number on?
2558, House Bill 2558. So that one we'll be actively working and pursuing.
Have we heard?
Member Lambert, I think Brian's done a good job of outreach. He's got another outreach scheduled we're actually going to do one at the Portland Sportsman Show. And I think the way I've characterized it, at least externally, is the folks that we're talking to, I think they understand it. And I don't ever want to say somebody supports something, but I think they understand it and they get where we're trying to go. I think it's the people that have not got the word yet that might hear about it that say their first reaction might be, if I'm an in-state guy, you're raising my fees and making it easier for out-of-state people. What's going on here? So we'll have some work on that front, I'm sure. And Brian's been doing some work on that front. And
as I recall an issue, we have some challenges with DOJ allowing us to have a difference in charges for out-of-state versus in-state. Have we got that resolved?
So remember, with at a high level, what we run into is if we want to do something positive in this program that we've been asked to do, it's legislative council that drafts bills, and they can't draft a bill if they feel like part of it has a legal issue. And they do feel like there's a legal issue, and it's this interstate commerce issue. And in the past, our own DOJ attorney disagreed with them. I would say that currently thinking everybody is in agreement that there's an issue. And so this bill would address that interstate commerce issue. And that's an important piece for me, for sure, because then it lets us in the future do some of the things we've talked about, apprentice programs and staffing. But I also don't want to lose that this program had a step down in funding for enforcement that this would help rectify as well. So we lost some OSP coverage on guides and outfitters. And it's just an important issue from a business fairness, a consumer protection. We need that out there, and people, I think we heard from Jack Glass when we were in Newport, and, he talked about it, fishing boats these days are 150, 200,000, and people are trying to pay for them by doing, sometimes illegal guided operations or less than stellar guided operations. And so it's an important issue. It just seems to be growing. So I don't want to lose that there's a funding for enforcement component of this as well. We're trying to help with that.
Will we plan on, how do we typically handle, I guess, communication on a bill like ours like that? Specific question is, do we plan on doing any targeted outreach via listservs or emails to guides and outfitters to explain the why?
Yeah, I sent out an email to all guides,
Good.
both before, then I was just looking for one. We got another one just a few days ago. So every registered guide should be aware.
Perfect. Cool.
Yeah, thank you. That's so appreciate that. And then the sportsman show, I think we've got a room rented and they're gonna hold up open town. A lot of guides end up at the sportsman show, selling their services. So that's a chance maybe for guides that don't have to travel to get to us to come in here. And then I'm sure we'll get some media interest at some point and have a chance to talk through some of that as well. And then our budget bill is House Bill 5021. And again, the main components of that are we are on strong financial footing. So we're asking to just keep being who we're being. We do have an additional public service representative of that to do the last piece of meeting our timeline expectations for processing titles. And so that's a component of our budget. The guide and outfitter. So when you have a bill that involves fees, it goes two places. It goes to your budget talk and it goes to policy committees. So unfortunately, it takes a lot of trips around the sun. So we'll talk about that guide bill and our budget bills as well. And the other piece is just our proposal to update our key performance measures. And we've presented all that in the past to the board. So that is our budget bill. And other than that, I think the big topics you'll hear about, recreational immunity is a hot topic in the outdoor world. Recreational immunity, and I'm going to summarize, and then Janine's going to give me a dirty look because she won't like my summary. But basically, if you're, and maybe the Forest ever I might get all sorts of dirty looks over there. Essentially, if you're only charging to park, you get some legal immunity for people recreating on your property from suing you if they're hurt. And there's some gross negligence components to that, and there's some pieces that are important. And it is a topic that I think is important for the Marine Board because where it ends up impacting is public access, right? If you can't, we know there was counties that were advised by their attorneys to shut down their walking trails because some new legal risk arose through a particular case. We could, we haven't seen it, but what if somebody decides they need to shut down a boat ramp because they don't have the recreational immunity they need to offer that service? So it's interesting working in the space we work in. It feels like something like, well, of course, but I can tell you that is not how the world views that issue. It will be a very controversial issue because you're essentially granting a class of government and non-government this legal immunity from being sued. And I think that is something we should always, as a government, think a lot about before we do. So there's some bills on recreational immunity, and you will hear and see that in the media. I would expect a lot this time. And the attempt is to thread the wire between providing that immunity to where providers can still provide outdoor recreation, but not giving up so much that the consumer has no rights. I think that's probably the balance. And Member Lambert probably also has some thoughts on that issue. I'm sure. So Member Lambert, if you want to add anything to that at that moment, or just if you think I covered it well enough.
No, you covered it well, but I just add as a land manager of thousands of acres of land that provides access to water and hiking trails and everything else. This is a huge topic pretty much every session. Every session, there's some sort of a bill that seems like for recreational community that affects, as Larry mentioned, private landowners such as timber companies that provide access for trails that pass through and for hunting access, and also for every level of government, cities all the way up to state as well. And I think, like you mentioned, Larry, it's a balance between what is, a citizen's right to recover damages for gross negligence versus Oregon's long-standing preference towards providing public access to our lands and waters. And it's some kind of the way you described the life jacket. Somewhere in there is the right balance, and it seems like every session the needle moves a little bit one way or the other. But at the end of the day, this past discussion that was had, there were insurers in League of Oregon Cities and others that had recommended that cities and counties stop providing access to trails that provide access to water because of that legal liability. Luckily, that was fixed. I think removing that sunset date, that is a big effort in this legislation, and codifying it, I think is important.
So definitely, yeah, thank you, Member Lambert. Definitely watch for those. Then there's a host of water bills. Most of them are not focused on recreation. They're focused on some of the issues Member Withy was bringing up with Jeff about just water rights. And it's just, if I was to, usually a theme develops in session. I don't see a theme yet, but it feels like from a natural resource side, it's either water or ag. That's the two things that seem to be the theme. And then we watch a lot of just administrative bills around state procurement, human resource laws, and those type of things. We don't tend to watch those as closely just because we rely on our administrative service department to really tell us when they want us to give input, but we certainly do watch some of them and think about how they would impact. And then finally, just a note for those that were watching, the government, the governor herself remains focused on the housing, education, behavioral health, and climate resiliency. And that's an addition from some of the work we talked about with Jeff earlier, where he's really done a good job of coalescing the natural resource agencies around a vision on climate resiliency and how we think about those things. So you would expect a lot of discussion and bills around the housing, education, behavioral health, and those things. And I think in the climate resiliency category, that's where you're seeing a lot of those water bills this time. So it was long, apologize, Chair Jackson, but I try to give a weekly, and then just my only last statement on that is I try to provide you enough context to where if you don't do it for a living, you kind of get a feel for what's going on. And in that context, sometimes I just want to reiterate that I'm commentating on a process, not on politics, but it's a political world. So if there's ever anything where you think, well, I'm just, like if I say something like the Democrats seem like they're supporting this and it's going this way, that's just me commentating. That's not a political position or anything in my emails to you. So if you ever one of my updates rubs you wrong, just give me a call. But I just want to make sure folks know I am just saying what I'm seeing and how I think things are going to go. And so I'll look for those probably to start next week and last throughout session. So with that, I'll be quiet and I'll answer any
Any
questions.
questions or comments?
Yeah, I'd like to talk a bit about it. Yeah. I'd like to talk a
I can
bit
see you're
about
like-
the budget.
Yes.
We talked briefly about this before. We really need a strategy of how we move from fuel tax to electric motors. What happens to our budget when that occurs? I think it's not going to happen for a while, but when it happens, it's going to put a real hurt on this agency. So I think it's time to start now. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know how you replace that revenue when you go into all electric motors. But there needs to be some planning done on that, and I'm sure some's already been done. And it's probably going to take legislative action to replace that funding source.
Oh, I'll just remember with you in my day job as the public works director for the county. That's a concern that all levels of government and transportation share. That's the exact concern is how do we make that transition? Those vehicles, alternative fuel vehicles, are still making impacts on our roadways, and we need to be able to fund those improvements that continue to rise in cost, and how that interacts with the Marine Board's funding from gas tax is important to me. There is that all the priorities that Director Warren mentioned in the legislative effort, though there's also a very large emphasis this session on the transportation package to help address those issues. The last package was in 17. This package will hopefully pass in the legislature this year, and the legislature's put a ton of effort into touring the state, talking with all levels of government and groups. I think they're headed in the right direction. My understanding is they anticipate having a framework out in the mid-February timeframe, what that might look like for the session. So I think it might be a little bit of kicking the can down the road, like how do we address this issue currently, which includes funding we receive from that source, but then how over the course of maybe the next 1 or 2 sessions do we strategically look at those impacts made EV transition.
And yeah, unfortunately, like ODOT, they started a study probably 20 years ago using vehicle miles traveled. And people they got a gas tax rebate and then they paid so many pennies per mile from a transponder for miles driven in the state. And we were part of that demo for a while. And it actually was pretty good. It did parse out if I was driving down Highway 14 in Washington versus if I was driving down I-84. But it's never really gone anywhere. And it's going to be pretty hard to do that sort of thing with a boat. And like with some of the things I know they're looking at, like, what do you call it? Taxes, toll roads. Again, that's something that's going to be a little bit harder to implement in our world. But trying to figure out, I was kind of thinking that same thing as we're talking about some of these boats that are going to electric power or other alternative powers, where we lose that money because it is a good chunk of our revenue.
So, and all of you, it's a great topic. I would say first, I don't worry about stuff because Christy does. And so Christy has been worried about this in terms of it is some things that she's thinking about. It's something her team's gathering some information. It's a tough one. How do you get around it, right? And this is going to be some just real rough math, so don't run with it. But for folks not as familiar maybe with our budget, we charge $5.95 a foot plus $5 for a motorized boating registration. If the fuel tax just disappeared tomorrow and we wanted to replace that revenue so we could continue to fund grants and law enforcement, I would be surprised if we could get away with anything less than about $10 a foot. And you can imagine how popular that idea would be. So it is an issue. The transportation package, we are definitely watching just to see what ideas come out that may be able to be applied in the broader marine industry. I know there's been discussions at NASBA. There's been discussions probably in the SOBA world as well. And in the marine industry, we just run just a little behind the world. So I sat in on a few things where they were going to talk about it, and it was still very much in the boating world like, well, this will never happen because boats can never become electric. And it's like, well, not today practically for much more than short trips, but the day, whether it's hydrogen, whether it's electricity, whether it's.
I haven't been to New Zealand, if you believe that.
Yeah, I think some people remember what they saw, even thought that perhaps you can do a real novel idea and put a sail on a boat and it could actually be a renewable resource. You know, we might all go back to sailing vessels on the cargo ships. But it is an important topic, and it's one that we're going to watch that transportation package closely, and we're going to have to give it some thought. It's coming. The technology is improving.
Well, you know, it's come when it comes, it's going to come quick.
Yes.
You know, when I grew up, computers were just coming into the world. They're certainly here now.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when we worked with computers, it was all mainframe, and we had Fortran. We had to do the punch cards. That's the world we live in today.
Yeah, it's an interesting issue for sure.
Any other questions or comments on the director's report?
Now, appropriate time to ask some questions or just give feedback on the board book agency update for other
Sure.
areas.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just curious, a couple of things in here that I highlighted. The facilities end of things. I am just glad to see point being made about the maintenance assistance program. I think that's definitely important for local providers, especially a lot of our small local providers of recreation sites, as costs continue to rise for operations and general maintenance and everything. Wise to start feeling them out for those impacts and how limits for how much access or parking may affect it. So glad to see those discussions happening. I also saw, under the grant updates, just wanted to say thank you to from Director Warren and Janine for the invite to visit the Sturtevant Park improvements. That was a great site down there, great little celebration that community had down there, Tokyo, and just really great project all the way around from design to construction to just the amount that community embraced it. Really nice improvement, so good job on that. And then on the Tubell boat ramp says that facility staff visited with state parks regarding the Tubell boat ramp for needed improvements. I'm just curious how that conversation went. We've heard a lot about that boat ramp for many, many years. We've heard a lot about it, especially in the last year or two. So curious what state parks is thinking of.
We'll let Janine come up and give an update on that. My report just would be that Janine made it back home. So.
For the record, Janine Black, Boating Facilities Program Manager. Member Lambert, we met with Nathan Steeble at Parks. And to sum it up, Parks identified options from do nothing, let it do what it is, convert it to a non-motorized site, try to get dredging approved and maintain the ramp for current use, but with recurring dredging. And we looked at relocating it to the same side of the river or the opposite side of the river. And park staff basically said that they need to talk to park leadership. We did recommend that if they are considering doing anything beyond the know nothing stage, that they do a hydraulic analysis to have an informed decision on what the river would like to have happen. And we did let them know that that would be eligible for grant funds if that was the direction they wanted to pursue, but we have not heard anything yet.
I appreciate that. For the past decade, I've been hearing about this boat ramp and the issues with this boat ramp. I think it's important for the public to know that this is a state parks facility. The Marine Board is there to support the state parks department in improving this facility, but it's not a facility that's owned by the state Marine Board. And I would love to see the facilities team continue working with state parks.
Have you been to the boat ramps?
Yes.
The boat ramp needs work.
Yeah. And it's
They need to
not,
start over again, if you will,
yep, I agree.
and probably find a different place for the boat ramp.
As the board knows, we can have lots of conversations. We can offer assistance through design and engineering, as well as funding, but it really is up to that property owner, and in this case, it's state parks, for them to make a decision. And as part of that decision process, that is a decision, regardless of what they do, that they will need to own. And we've made sure they understand that we are available if they would like to apply for grant funding or have some technical assistance to provide information or advice to them.
Yeah, and I have full confidence in you. When they make that decision, if they want to use board monies, it needs to be a quality decision that's going to support the public for long into the future. And I'm sure you're going to watch over that and make sure that happens.
Yes.
Thank you.
Janine, as will stay there. Any other questions on the director's report? All right, so now we're moving.
Not facilities related, but I just wanted to throw an acknowledgement to the admin team. Saw it under the registration program, that registration section of kind of 100%. I know that was an effort that has been put in over the past several months, so congratulations on that. Good work. Now I'm done.
I do have a question. PWCs, I don't know whether to be alarmed with the issue that you present here on NESCA.
The stuck up.
I don't know whether to be alarmed about that or not. Here's Chad under control.
Remember, with the, no need to be alarmed. I think that the PWC laws were back in the 90s or the 80s. Which decade, Janine?
The 90s.
Late 90s were the big issue, and it got resolved at a statewide level. And I think part of what you're seeing maybe is there's just a lot of new users that maybe just need some education on the fact that those laws exist. I even saw on our social media, a few people were sort of like, well, why would it be that way? And it's like, well, it's been that way since the late 90s, you know? So this is just an education campaign to help out, remind folks about those laws, nothing to be too alarmed. And they're, you know, they're becoming popular. You look at, if you go to the boat show, there's, you know, boats are expensive. PWCs are less expensive, but still expensive. So they're an affordable way for somebody to get on the water, and their technology's improved. So I think more people are using them for quite a variety of things.
Anything else?
And plus, you don't have to be alarmed. Christie's alarmed. You just let her be. Not about this one, but maybe she is. I don't know.
So when are we gonna get electric PWCs?
Yeah, I think. Did I hear there is one out there?
I see the video on it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I know we have like, one of the really expensive large wake boats is now available in an electric version. So, all right, item C, grants. Janine.
Thank you, Chair Jackson. The board has several things to consider today under grants. Unfortunately, we had a few projects that could not be completed within the time frame, and some projects this biennium that withdrew their application due to permitting complications, and they just couldn't hit things within the biennium. So it gave us an opportunity, right? We have an opportunity, so you're going to have a chance to consider a few more grants this biennium. And it also has created for me a first time asking for a temporary rule to increase some limitation authority on our small grant program. So before we get into anything specific, does the board have any general questions? Okay, right. So we're going to move right into the Sutton Light Grant, and with us today we have Andrew representing the forest. This is a project that I've been giving the board some updates on. There were some challenges with permitting, with agencies having a change of staff and a reinterpretation of what some of the permit requirements were. And it's just struggled to get all the little pieces out the door. In discussion with the forest, we want to carry this forward. This is the only public access on this lake. It is very popular with boats. When the ramp was damaged, we heard a lot from boaters, a lot of local, a lot of tourism, and it just needs to get fixed. So we are requesting that the board extend the term to essentially free up the money that this grant is currently obligating, let us spend it in another way. And then this money will be taken off of the top of our cycle 1 funding. So it will reduce how much we have available in the first grant round of our new budget cycle beginning July 1st. And Andrew, do you want to add anything?
Sure. First, I'd like to introduce myself. Andrew Mayer, Public Services Staff Officer on the SAGS Law. Plain English, that's recreation, lands, heritage, special uses, and partnerships. And this project touches on all this discipline. So we've been engaging in 3 processes since approval: permitting, grants and agreements, and laying the groundwork for contract. And the hurdles that we encountered through those have led to this ask for extension. Be happy to respond to any specific questions, provide you additional details, but that's where we stand.
And so staff is recommending that the board approve an extension of this project so it can be completed. It is used, and we're leaving the budget exactly where it is currently at. We are starting to see some cost savings in certain areas. Piling is coming down in price. Asphalt is growing rapidly, but there's some other areas that we are seeing some reduction. So until bids are received, we want to keep with this budget. I have had a discussion with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife that if there is a substantial increase on their willingness to help fund that increase, and they were very receptive to it because it is a popular fishery, and they also heard a lot from boaters when the ramp was damaged.
What does the conditional approval mean when we were looking at a 2025 set budget?
Yeah, so what it means is we are giving the forest the nod that as long as we have an approved budget and funding becomes available, that they can continue moving forward. And then effective July 1st, they actually, if they had a contractor on board, if they had other things, they could actually start that reimbursement process.
Good.
Question.
Go ahead.
You may not be able to answer this. I understand if you can't, because things are changing. But if we were to approve an extension on this, does the district feel, does the forest feel comfortable with the match? Hearing a lot right now about federal funds being frozen, projects not continuing, and just a lot of stuff in limbo this week alone.
Sure.
Is this secured, obligated funding that not subject to change?
Okay, a couple of different questions there. There is a great deal of uncertainty. There are changes coming. We are aware of that. We have received no direction. Now, the Forest Service match is fee dollars. And fee dollar spending is governed by the Federal Lands Recreation Needs Act. If we were matching with appropriated dollars, I would feel on much shakier. The fact that it is fee dollars going into improved amenities at a fee site argues in our favor.
Makes me feel better. I appreciate that.
Any other questions? So I would like to make a motion that we approve the time extension to June 30th of 2027 and conditionally approve, subject to the legislature approving our budget for 2025 to 2027, that the $449,496.43 in voting facilities grant fund from the 2025-27 grant funding match the $148,832.14 of cash and administrative match from Forest Service for a total project cost of $599,328.57. All right, we have a motion and a second to extend the time and to use the money from our 2025 budget for that, assuming that budget is approved. All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you very much.
Easily done. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks for coming.
Can't wait to come down to 2027 and see your boat ramp.
Makes 5 of us, 6 of us. Thank you. Take care. Have a good day.
Next up is requesting basically to give Larry the authority to obligate small grants for $100,000 with our maximum being $75,000. Currently, this is an administrative rule and it would be a temporary change only until through the June 30th timeframe, obligating current biennium's money, because we do have some extra money, and to help with timing to increase this opens up more opportunities for facility owners to be able to utilize this. And we would like to help as many sites as we can while we have this money in our budget. So I am requesting support to increase Larry's authority till the June 30th, 2025 timeframe up to the $75,000 with small grants having a maximum of $100,000.
And, oh, sorry, go ahead, Chair Jackson. I was just gonna offer that we would report back to the board any use of this.
Yes.
And I was going to ask the question, do we have any candidates?
Yes, we haven't asked for anything formal, but we've asked how much interest has been out there with some folks who are waffling between applying for cycle 1 or not, and this would help potentially could help offset some things that would be coming in at cycle one
Okay,
to spend it now.
any other questions or discussion?
So this authority is until the end of July,
End of June.
end of June.
Mhm.
What happens after that?
Then it would go back to the $50,000 total project, with Larry's authority being the $30,000 amount.
So my question is, those levels high enough to do the work that needs to be done beyond June?
I think that is a different discussion, because that would be a more formal rulemaking process. And we would also want to look at what our facility grant budget is on, and have some other discussions with the board on how much of our money the board would like to have some say in spending or obligating, and how much you would like of our budget to be underneath director's authority.
I would concur that that would be a really good cycle one type discussion. That split.
It's my belief that we're not going to enter a period of deflation. I believe costs are going to continue to rise. I think the board needs to be able to respond to the needs that we have out there in facilities. So I think we need that authority being given to the director in order to respond to those. Of course, the director always needs to report back, and we criticize him after the fact. But I think that needs to be there. We are in a changing world, things are happening, and we need to be responsive, take care of the voters' needs in the state. So I would encourage maybe looking in the future to increase those thresholds so that we can have that responsiveness.
I second what Craig just said, and maybe we can have that as a topic for either our June meeting or October.
Third, what Greg just said, with you, I think, a dollar doesn't buy you what a dollar bought you 6-10 years ago. And governments at all levels right now are struggling with how they can adapt their purchasing and procurement processes to grant that level of flexibility to staff to be able to make quick decisions and quick responses. So I would love to have that conversation from permanent rules in regards to the temporary rule as proposed. To me, it's another example of the agency being flexible and working with adapting rules such as this to be able to respond to local needs and be able to push the money that we're able to provide to grantees out to get projects done. So I appreciate the creativity that staff has put into this and trying to get the money out there.
Well, it's important to me that if we have the money sitting in our 23 to 25 budget, let's let it go out and do some good. So, yeah. So I'm going to make the motion that we approve the temporary rule to increase the small grant funding thresholds so that we can maximize opportunities for voting access improvements and also maximize our budget use.
Second.
Motion and second. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
No opposed?
Chair Jackson, Alan, Janine and I will put our heads together and decide whether timing wise, it would be better to start this discussion in June or October, but we'll make sure it's on, got it captured as a comeback.
Good, thanks.
So now we'll move on to grant 1740. Online is, I see Phil, and it looks like Laura, are you on as well?
Yes, I am here.
All right, thank you. So the board had an opportunity, well, part of our current board had the opportunity to look at some of the sites on the Klamath that were really an opportunity based on the dam removal to do some access improvements and create a new access site. This is a very large, complex process with the Klamath Dam removal, and an opportunity arose for us to be able to help fund some of those recreational improvements. And I'm very grateful that when this opportunity came up, that Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife agreed that this was a fantastic opportunity and was willing to rapidly help make this happen to get application submission, as well as all the work that Laura and her team did as well. So Phil, Laura, do you have anything you want to add before we start talking specifically about Moonshine and Pioneer Park?
I don't. I'll stand by for questions.
I would just note that we really appreciate the board looking at this opportunity. And one of the things that has been fantastic is all the excitement from people eager to access the Klamath. So the timing is very good.
So for grant number 1740, it's Pioneer Park West. Staff is recommending the board approve $180,000 of boating facility grant funds and $60,000 in waterway access funds to help install a vault toilet and covering some engineering and other work that they have done associated with that toilet project. Are there any specific questions on this one?
I don't really have any questions, but to me, it's just exciting to, as Laura mentioned, the excitement around accessing the new Klamath River it's huge, and it's coming from all different users and different user groups. And, you know, being out there, was it 2.5 years ago, and trying to envision what it could be and what it could look like post dam removal. It's really exciting to me to see that ODF&W is jumping in and saying, let's make this happen.
I concur with these comments. It is very exciting, and it's exciting for me to have been there before we pulled out the dam, so I could see the differences. It's really something to see the changes that have already occurred since the dam's been removed. Just shows you how resilient the environment is and the fish are, if you give them the opportunity and the habitat to respond. You know, the question on this is, we have several projects here that are tied to that. I wonder if we could identify the entire scope of what we're going to need to do there to rebuild those facilities and respond to the users that are now wanting to use the facilities. So I don't know if we have a master plan of where we're going to be involved, but it'd be nice to understand what the total concept is.
Yeah. Laura, do you want to talk about what's been completed so far and what you may be coming back to us for with our new money that will be available July 1st?
Yeah, so we have obviously the full designs for both Moonshine Falls and Pioneer Park. We are requesting, you know, a relatively small portion of those costs from Marine Boards for this grant period. The total cost of the two sites is around $3 million. And even that leaves out some of the, I guess, some of the nice to haves. And so ultimately KRRC will be around, you know, for the first near term, I should say, and are able to kind of update those facilities with more amenities, you know, if we see a lot of demand and if we have funding for that. The only other comment is that National Park Service, through their recreation trails conservation group, is doing some in-kind work. It was a grant that we had applied for, and they're doing work and incorporating both California and Oregon and the tribes and working on a longer term vision for the Klamath Basin and recreation. So there may be more that comes out of that allows us to continue to build these sites. But these two for right now are really important for two reasons. Well, really 3 reasons. One, the recreators had access that was changed due to dam removal, and we need to be able to restore some of that. And we obviously want the basin to be accessible. That was part of the goal of the project. The second reason is just for pure safety. We need certain put-ins and takeouts so that the more novice recreator doesn't find themselves floating down the river and getting to a point where they're in front of class 4 rapids and don't have a takeout. And then the third reason is with both restoration and cultural resources, we want to direct people to certain locations for their recreation rather than having them kind of trounce around, without any sort of guidance and maybe stumbling on cultural resources or hurting some of the vegetation. And so the goal of the initial 5 sites, 2 in Oregon that you're considering now and 3 in California, was really to meet those needs. But I really anticipate that there's going to be a lot of excitement, and KRRC's primary role was around volitional fish passage. And so we're trying to meet sort of a bare minimum of what we think we need. But I anticipate that there will be a lot of excitement and opportunity for not only these sites to be built out further, but also additional sites and opportunities in the future.
You happen to have a map of the access sites you could show us?
Anna, if you're on, do you happen to have that handy?
Well, look, let me ask a question of Janine that might get it. I think what member Withy and that's what they're getting at is, do you think that timing wise, Janine, if we came back in April with sort of a overview discussion that we were a little more mapped out, that would be helpful, or do you think that'd be too late for a discussion?
No, actually,
Sorry,
For
Laura.
For these funds, there is some immediate work that we need to do to have these rec sites active by May 15th.
Sure.
But
Sure, Laura, I wasn't suggesting that the board put it on hold. I think I'm hearing the board interested in sort of like, where are we going? Where's the map?
Yeah,
What's
north
happening?
side, south
And whether
side.
we could bring that as just so you're not scrambling on the fly to try to do that.
Yeah,
Whether we could do that in April versus today, and that's.
no, that's a good question. So, this is a lot of improvements, a lot of work to happen. So there's heavy pressure with the outfitter guide community to have this open and functional because they've had a time with no seasons, right? So KRRC is working to have things functional and open to them by May. I do think there will be another opportunity to come back and help to kind of do that polish piece with this. So right now, at this site, the boat ramp is in, there's kind of that existing gravelly parking area, but there's some other stuff that needs to happen. Sanitation is an important one. So getting sanitation out there within our current biennium is very significant. I do believe once this gets going, we will be able to provide an update, maybe closer to that May, but I can give a progress update to the board on where they are. And what the board could anticipate potentially looking at for our cycle 1 for that next part. It's just right now, a lot of trying to capture some funding from other resources to make this happen and have something open and functional by that May timeline.
But you do, oh, sorry.
So I'm kind of thinking here, I get that this is like high priority, need to happen, get it in for next season. And I'm fine with that. Again, going back to when we went out there 2.5 years ago and, trying to envision what the river's going to look like, trying to envision what this stuff's going to look like. It sounds like KRC or various agencies have put together sort of a master plan for this whole stretch of 2 Oregon sites, 3 California sites. It might be nice to just have sort of an informational talk session with y'all and maybe some folks from KRC and, okay, you saw it 2 years ago when it was still dammed and trying to envision it. Here's our master plans. Here's like what we'd love to have. It gives us a sense of, what you may come back to us with next year, 2 years, 4 years down the road. But as financial stewards, but also just as curious agency people to see what's going on out there. Mm-hmm. So maybe we could do that at, I don't know if
I'm almost thinking maybe the June meeting, because by then things will be open. We may even be able to, I could probably call a couple of the guides and ask if they would like to talk about what it means for them, what they're seeing.
And plans are gonna be more refined and all that kind of stuff. But I think it's partly financial stewardship, but it's also just gross curiosity.
I will have an opportunity in April to actually go on this part of the river with River Management Society. And I'm going to try to capture some video. Yes.
All right, Director Warren, you had a comment?
Chair Jackson, you solved my issue, which was I was just gonna ask Janine, when can we bring this master plan back? I know master plan has real specific language, but
Yes.
when can we bring this back and have this discussion? Answer, noted, we'll make sure we get it on our task list.
Yes.
All right. Any other questions related to grant number 1740?
I just would add that I'm excited to see facilities going back in there so quickly to meet the need of the local guides and just recreational use of the river itself. So good job on that. I'll make a motion that staff recommends. I'll make a motion that the board approves $180,000 in boating facility grant funds and $60,000 in waterway access grant funds to match $901,843 of cash and pre-agreement match for a total project cost of $1,141,840.
We're grant 1740.
Your grant 1740.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion to approve 180,000 in facility grants and 60,000 in waterway access grants for grant 1740, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Nope.
Thank you. We're going to move right into grant 1741. This is Moonshine Falls. And this is to help get that access road taken care of. So this is really a key site because of the whitewater, the classification and safety aspect. So staff is recommending the board approve $40,000 in waterway access funds to help with that access road. Are there any questions?
Trying to recall exact location of this. Is this right on the border with California?
No, do you remember when we were out on site and there was the big tube, that big bypass? That is where it is, where we were talking about the options with the boat slide, either on that side of the river or the other side of the river across the bridge, but the bridge was going to be removed. Does that help on where we're at?
It does.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm very supportive. This is really exciting, and I wish I was down there using the facilities.
I also think it's important. When we were there, we had somebody who's a fairly experienced rafting guide who was talking about the challenges below that area and the importance of having that as a takeout for folks who are less skilled. So yeah, I think, again, it's one of these that it needs to happen soon. So with that, I make a motion that we approve 40,000 in waterway access grant funds to match $2,101 of cash and pre-agreement match for grant 1741.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion or comments? All those in favor of approving the grant as mentioned for 1741, say aye.
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 No opposed? Last one.
Thank you very much, Philip and Laura, for participating and being available for any questions.
Yeah, thank you and Chair Jackson and members of the board. As Laura said, we are very excited about getting people connected to this project. And so this will help, and we will be back to share whatever information you would like. And we're always available for questions.
Yes, I want to also echo that. Thanks. And I put a link to the map in the chat, and Ashley can circulate that perhaps, or someone from the team can circulate that to the board if they're interested, but we will look forward to coming back with updates.
Thank you.
Many thanks.
Thank you for attending. It's always nice to have a face when you're requesting money that we can associate with the project. So thank you very much.
Understood. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Jim, are you online?
I am. Good morning.
Good morning. So Salem Harbor needs some new docks. Their docks are in pretty sad shape. There's some excess foam, and there's a lot of rot. And this is one of those projects that I had mentioned where they were kind of going, do I apply for cycle 1? Do I apply now? And when I mentioned to Jim, we've got this opportunity, he was more than willing to do that. So I will say one of the unique pieces on this is going to be a fabrication and a purchase of materials. Part of Salem Harbor's match will be the removal and installation of the old docks. And that performance piece is actually going to happen in next budget because of the in-water window. But our funds for the purchase and fabrication will be fully spent within this budget. This is a unique way to help seize an opportunity, and staff really appreciated their ability to do this. So staff is recommending $270,000 of boating facility grant funds to match the $90,000 of cash, labor, equipment, materials, and administration and pre-agreement match for a total of $360,000. Are there any questions? And Jim, do you want to add anything?
No, I don't have much to say. I'd be happy to answer some questions. I really appreciate the opportunity to submit an application for this. It's been on our radar for a couple of years, and I just haven't had a chance to get it moving. So happy to answer questions.
Is this a phase 1 or is this the project?
This is the project.
Okay. Any other questions?
Question. And maybe this is best suited to Jim. Thank you for attending today. Question for you is it looks like we're going to be proceeding with, or you're going to be proceeding with purchasing docks prior to permits being received. If I'm reading the application correct, looks like you'll be working with a consultant to file permits for the new docks. I know I'm asking you to look into a crystal ball, but generally speaking, do you foresee any issues with those permits? Have you run into anything like that?
No, I've been in touch with our consultant, and the permit's it was submitted, and then we've been back and forth with the Army Corps and DSL, I believe, with whether we can just do this with a letter of permission. But either way, we had to do a JPA. It's all been submitted, and there's been conversations behind the scenes. We don't foresee any problems at all.
Good, thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Make a motion that board approve grant 1742 as the staff recommends for $270,000 in boating facility grant funds to match $90,000 of cash, labor, equipment, materials, administration, and pre-agreement match total project cost of $360,000.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion or comments? All those in favor of approving the motion related to grant 1742? Aye.
Aye.
No opposed? Thank you for coming. Again, as Craig said, it's great to see the applicant come talk to us.
Yes,
Thank you,
thank you
Jimmy.
very much.
All right. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Take care.
All right, so we've been at this for about an hour and a half. Do we want to take a 15-minute break? Or do we want to continue on with the Uber voting safety advocate stuff?
Good for another 15 minutes or so.
All right,
Carry on.
Ryan, carry on.
15.
No pressure.
Good job.
Already decided time we're coming back. 10:15?
I think Brian's gonna do his thing and then we'll take a break after that.
Okay. I can't hear everything. It's been sitting there. So
And also for anybody who's Wondering, Jennifer confirmed that lunches are gonna show up around noon.
Assume he's okay to minimize the buffer.
All right, technology, love it. Good morning, Chair Jackson, members of the board. For the record, I'm Brian Paulson, Boating Safety Program Manager and Boating Law Administrator for the Oregon State Marine Board. This is exciting for me. These two agenda items have been on, I think, the docket for at least a year. So October of 2023, I did present to the board. I think we were in Hermiston, Umatilla area about the EBER system. So excited to talk about it again today. And let's see if I can. There we go. So since 2023, I know we've had two new board members appointed, member Messa, member Lambert. So I just wanted a quick couple slides about the EBER system if you weren't familiar with it. EBER is an acronym we use for the Electronic Boat Examination Report. And boat examination reports, or BERS, they're really just recreational boating safety compliance checks. So the Coast Guard, which provides federal funding for the boating safety program, requires us to report back on how many compliance checks we do. That's going to be looking at boating education cards, life jackets, sound signaling device, those type of things, depending on if it's motorized or non-motorized. So prior to 2022, this process was done by paper. We launched in 2022 the EBER system. It was really a great collaboration within the agency and a lot of staff, not only in boating safety, but in other areas of the agency that helped get this going. So the advantages really are, one, we get geospatial data. Before, we just had a stack of papers. That gave us some whole numbers on how many contacts we did, maybe how many warning citations, but now we have GIS data on actually where the boater contact takes place. So one, efficiency, no more paper. We don't have 20,000 pieces of paper sitting here in the office for somebody to manually enter into a computer. And then really what helps me do my job is really the instant compliance data. So I can put together strategies for marine law enforcement and BSAs just by looking maybe over a week, over a month of time in the boating season. And then also the public accountability. I get a lot of phone calls, maybe that law enforcement's never out on the water, those type of things. So it allows me to go back, look at maybe a certain waterway, stretch your waterway, and see one, what contacts law enforcement's making, what does the boating look like in that area. And really just kind of want to hit some milestones from 2024. So 22, we launched EBER system. It was adopted by our law enforcement partners. 23, just like any good technology project, we made improvements. We have dashboards that integrate the data, different ways to look at it. And then 24 was a big year for the EBER system. We've kind of been the chatter Oregon has in our boating safety program about this EBER nationally and regionally. So I had a staff member go to the NASWA annual conference and present on it. I presented on it regionally, not only at recreational boating safety related conferences, but also our federal partners, those type of things. Also, we were awarded the Special Achievement in GIS at the Esri World Conference. Director Warren went down and received the award. If I was to describe that award, it's kind of like getting an Academy Award in the entertainment industry. It's a big deal. And then in 2024, we surpassed 100,000 boater contacts that's in that database. So we have what I consider a pretty decent sample size, whether you want to look at compliance, safety issues, programs that are focusing on certain areas, or also really truly we can look at boat use, right? What's a part of a waterway that actually gets a ton of use and maybe part of a waterway that we don't see a lot of use. And then kind of diving into the numbers, I've always been a believer. Some people have opinions, some people have numbers, and you can take some information from that. So in 2024, we completed 46,557 BERS, and in 2023, you can see it was right at 36,000, so about 10,000 more boater contacts in 24. And then you can see the motorized and non-motorized numbers underneath that and the percentages. The one thing that is interesting, 2024 was the first year where motorized and non-motorized had a larger split. And I say that because generally over the last decade, it's 60% or greater non-motorized boater contacts. And a lot of that can be attributed to fishing opportunities, and more specifically salmon fishing opportunities. So this graph to the left, you can see the year 2021 through 2024. You can see the total boater contacts. It was a boater contact in 2021, and then we went to the eBurst system. So you can see as the eBurst system was launched, we've continued to increase the number of boater contacts over the years. Just from 23 to 24, we increased the number of boater contacts by 27%. And that's our marine law enforcement partners on the water doing the work. The compliance, so the number of boaters that are in full compliance, and that's motorized and non-motorized, right at 75%. There's interesting, if you're going to pull up, say, July or August, so really those heavy boating months, the compliance drops quite a bit. Usually those months were 30 to 60% non-compliance, and that's across the state. So you could argue that the boaters that are more safe, compliant, are on the shoulder seasons, but usually that's when our colder water is, and then usually when something does go wrong, it has a more likelihood that it's going to be significant. The other piece is, 43.7% increase in motorized boater contacts in 2023. As I alluded to earlier, that a lot of that was due to salmon fishing seasons.
The seasonality effect that you just described, do you think there's a possibility that maybe that midsummer use where you're seeing the non-compliance rate go up is just maybe not regular boaters, or kind of just getting out there for a weekend on the summers, maybe are less familiar, or just curious?
Yeah, member Lambert, based off of incident fatality data within the July, August, and a lot of just anecdotal conversations with marine law enforcement partners, we see a lot of non-motorized and beginner boaters during those months. So that's probably the greatest factor on the seasonality effect of not being as compliant is your more experienced boaters are going to be maybe those foul weather months. But you have a lot of casual boaters during those times of year. Marine patrol hours, so you can see on the graph to the left, this shows all patrol hours, shore and then versus on water. It's important. On water patrol hours is actually one of our agency key performance measures that we report to the legislature. In 2024, the on water patrol hours, they decreased 49%, huge decrease. Looking back at that, if I drill it down, and that's 49%, if I was looking at all 32 of our law enforcement programs, the greatest factor in driving that number is actually Oregon State Police. So their on water patrol in 2024 decreased 70% compared to 2023. Two drivers on that. One, they had vacancies within the Fish and Wildlife program, and then also we weren't able to provide the full funding for the FTEs that we were prior to that. And so that's a big driver on that percentage. Shore patrol hours decreased 10%. So overall, we have less resources out there patrolling the waterways. The administrative hours increased 12%, and then in total hours that's billed to the Marine Board decreased 13%, though just like anything, the costs have gone up. And just kind of anecdotal, so we're getting more boater contacts, more boater engagement with marine law enforcement, even though there's less hours out there. A lot of that is the efficiency from that eBurst system. And then life jacket compliance, you can see to the left there, it shows 21, 22, 23, 24. It looks at two different numbers. One, the wearable violations. So if you had a boat that did not have all the life jackets required to be on board, that's going to be the violations in blue. Where that orange is the mandatory wear, that's either a child life jacket or class 3 whitewater. Life jacket carriage and mandatory wear violations, they continue to increase compared to total violations. It is worth noting that life jacket carriage violations are 3 times greater for non-motorized compared to motorized. And then one thing we really did in 24 is the years leading up to it, we saw multiple incidents, fatalities where it was class 3 whitewater greater and either they weren't wearing a life jacket or they weren't wearing a life jacket that was specific to whitewater. So we did fund and build 4 whitewater life jacket loaner stations. So these loaner stations are in areas that have class 3 or greater whitewater. They're also in areas that get a lot of use. And we also provided life jackets that are designed for whitewater. So that has been helpful. And we did see reduced incidents and fatalities in 24 compared to 22 and 23 within that realm of whitewater incidents. You know, we talk about life jackets a lot. 2024 drownings, 88% were no life jacket worn in Oregon. Since I've been doing this, every year is 80% or greater. And even in that 88%, if you went to the individual who was wearing a life jacket that wasn't properly fitted, to get that number even higher. So properly fitted life jacket being worn obviously is the number one thing that boaters can do to keep them safe when they go in the water.
I don't want to jump the gun here. Jump the gun. Assume later on, you're going to talk about how you use this data with your safety advocates.
Remember with you, that is correct.
Because that last statistic is really concerning to me. Increase of 300%. You know, we've lost people in Deschutes and Bend when they go down the rapids there. They're not wearing life jackets. You know, they're young men. They're out there doing their macho thing, and it costs them their lives. So I'm concerned about that. But let's get the safety advocates. We can talk about it then.
Yeah, member with you, and I probably didn't describe it well. So the class 3 whitewater mandatory wear violations were up 300% in 2024. Though I talked about us building whitewater life jacket loaner stations, we also had dialogue with programs that are in that area that have a lot of class 3 whitewater to focus on those interventions, right? When people are going down the river and they don't have a life jacket in the class 3 greater, or they don't have the proper life jacket, they've had those conversations. That's that education through enforcement. Waterway access permit compliance. You can see 23 versus 24 to the left there. It looks at, was a waterway access permit being carried by non-motorized? You can see the non-compliance increased from 23 to 24. 1 in 5 boaters required to have a waterway access permit were in violation. The one thing, and I think I said this in 23, is there is a direct correlation to life jacket and sound signaling device compliance for paddlers non-motorized to having a waterway access permit. So approximately a year ago, we put the life jacket messaging on the waterway access permit when it's purchased from the ring board. So it actually talks about the requirement for a life jacket on the waterway access permit. It actually has a QR code for you to go to a free paddler education that's in English and Spanish. And so we've utilized that waterway access permit for a communication tool to boaters that oftentimes we're not able to have those kind of communications with. The exempt percentage, so that's the one thing that our eBird system doesn't necessarily call out. So if I'm marine law enforcement and I'm checking a non-motorized, they may be exempt from carrying a waterway access permit based on the age or maybe based on the length of the kayak. That's not necessarily captured in the eBird system because it's going to show that they passed. But we've sampled thousands of boaters, and I'll show you in the boating safety advocate data as well, that about a quarter of the paddlers are exempt. That's statewide. So whether by age or length, approximately 25% of the non-motorized don't have to be carrying a waterway access permit based on that. So looking at that data there, you know, waterway access permit, it can be used as an educational outreach mechanism to paddlers. The one thing, going back to the life jacket wear compliance, and then also this, we've really strategized with our law enforcement partners to get out to new areas. So we've seen that non-compliance increase in life jackets and in waterway access permit. But I've seen where we're getting to areas that maybe Marine Patrol hasn't been before. They've used different watercraft. We have some programs that are utilizing non-motorized more. We have programs that have utilized other platforms. to do education outreach on areas that voting's growing, but they haven't necessarily been out there patrolling before. So though both these numbers have gone up, we're also getting out to areas that haven't traditionally had law enforcement to be able to say that they're out of compliance. So the other piece I'd throw in there is, as an example and kind of anecdotal, is we do special emphasis patrol in Lincoln County. We've done it the last 3 years. If you go look, compare the first year to the third year, compliance in that county has just gone to where it's, I wouldn't say it's perfect, but it's darn near perfect. That's because law enforcement been there year after year. So when you have that repeat going to an area time and time again, the compliance increases. And so what we've strategized is trying to put law enforcement in areas that hasn't seen that type of education outreach enforcement before. Registration compliance. The graph to the left, this shows all registration violations. So this is not just a valid certificate of number. This is non-contrasting identifying numbers. This is identifying numbers that are not on the vest correctly. So that's what the graph to the left shows. But really, if I want to pull things out of that, certificate of number violations, so that's having your boat currently registered, right? That's paying the Marine Board the registration dollars. We also, obviously, our federal funding on the recreational boating safety grant is directly correlated to the number of currently registered boats we have. So that's an important piece. So that certificate of number violations, those are up 258% from 2023 to 2024. And that's the number of violations. But if you look at that relative to the total number of boater examination reports for motorized, it's 185% increase. So that's one thing when you're looking at these numbers, you got to base it off year to year, but you also got to take into account that we're actually contacting more motorized boaters. The piece there is, and our marine law enforcement partners, I have every meeting I talk to them about registration compliance. I've done so much work in trying to make them realize like this directly impacts them. I have 4 agencies that accounted for 55% of the violations. So as you can see in those other numbers, like one agency is 24% of the warnings for the entire state. One agency accounts for 48% of the citations for the entire state. So
Same agency?
no, those are 2 different agencies. So I guess if you're going to extrapolate, you have one agency that does warnings, you have one agency that does citations. That's their prerogative. But I have 6 agencies out of 32 that log 0 violations, and I have 12 agencies that were single digits. So, you know, looking at things, there are a few law enforcement agencies that really emphasize registration, like they've actually listened to what I've said, and we have programs that have not taken that initiative. Now, one thing we did, and I got a great staff that helps me do these type of things, is we went and looked at 1,000 certificate number violations from 2024. Now, there's not too many things that we can go back and look at that marine law enforcement changed something. And I say change something as in if marine law enforcement, I issue somebody a warning or citation for not having currently registered boat, did they actually go register their boat? And so we went through the violations that were in our system and approximately 1,000 of them. And I had a staff member that went through and looked, did they actually currently register boat after they got a warning or citation? And it was fascinating. It didn't matter if it was a warning, didn't matter if it was a citation, that 92.7% of the boaters who received a warning or citation actually currently registered their boat. So whether those are fix-it tickets, whether those are actual citations that they had to go pay, people actually register their boats after they have the interaction with law enforcement for that. Yeah, and like I said, there's not a ton of things that we can go check on, but this is one that it's like I can go in and see the date they got the violation. I can see the date they registered their boat.
Was this fairly even between warning and citation? Do you know?
It's identical. Yeah, it truly was. And so I know programs that'll do fix-it tickets. I know programs that'll write a citation, let it go through the system, but the programs that are actually embracing the messaging that I send them and writing those, whether it's a warning, whether it's citation, people are actually going and registering their boats.
And that's what we want out of it, right? Just people to comply and register. It's not like a money making thing we're trying to do with this, right?
A citation doesn't benefit us in regards to like we don't get the money from it. A citation generally doesn't benefit marine law enforcement agency because has its mechanism to go into how their county funding or so forth. So we want them to register the boat. One, obviously helps with registration dollars. Two, it gets our number of currently registered boats up. And then we provide to the Coast Guard, then they provide us basically a dollar figure for the number of currently registered boats.
Okay.
Cause I know, I don't know much of anything, but I can assume that politically, there are some providers out there that are probably a little bit more skeptical and issuing violations for something along those lines in their counties. Talking specifically county law enforcement. Are we delivering that message that, hey, you don't necessarily have to deliver a citation. A warning is just as effective in getting us registration funds to help pay for your services?
Member Lambert, this is a great question. I will offer up that I have a lot of tough conversations with sheriff offices, whether it's weekly, monthly, and this is something that I drive home all the time. I've said this to many people. There can be some moral flexibility on what they choose to enforce and not enforce, and that's probably one of our biggest challenges. Going back to the EBER system and how I utilize it, oftentimes maybe throughout the boating season, we'll get an incident or some challenges or user conflict, those type of things. So one of the things that I can use, and it takes very little time, it's just a couple clicks of a button, is I can see what the compliance is in a certain area. I can zoom in, I can filter out any kind of data. But this is just a screenshot of the compliance data for the Portland area from 23 to 24. Really, what this highlights to me is, one, marine law enforcement put a lot more effort into that area after we had some conversations. You can see green is pass, yellow is warning, and red is citation. You can see there's a whole lot more red in 2024. Some citations are actually written for violations. So this is a tool for me, one, to have conversations with our marine law enforcement partners on maybe what they could be doing more in a certain area, those type of things. So it really is a helpful tool, not only looking at safety, but also for me to advocate for more enforcement in a certain area.
With that graphic specific showing 23 versus 24 and knowing some of the issues that you're well aware of that happened in July, does that help make the point that officers are in that area and officers are on the water when certain folks are saying, you know, the police are never out here, we don't see the sheriff patrol at all? I mean, to me, that validates that the sheriff patrol is actually out there and is doing their job.
Chair Jackson, that's a great question. And that goes back to the piece I was talking about, like public accountability. I don't keep count, but I hear it often, like law enforcement's never there. I never see them. This is the greatest tool for me to go back and see, one, when law enforcement's there, what time frame, right? If I want to break down, I've even had as much as been on the phone with somebody, quite candidly, on the Willamette, complaining about never seeing law enforcement. I can tell them, well, I just saw them do a voter contact 15 minutes ago, or from your house, so I know where they live, because they call me a lot. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh, I see them driving by. That's happened.
And that's, I mean, you could use that also to put the date of those incidents and say this is before, this is after, to show that they're actually patrolling out there before those incidents even happened.
Absolutely. All those little dots, I can click on them. I can see information, date stamps, time stamps, all that. So it is provided a lot of data that we can utilize in different ways. One, to be more efficient. Two, to actually understand the whole scope of boating safety, marine law enforcement, and then later on, I'll kind of tie it into boating safety advocates.
Great.
Is there a way from a transparency standpoint, and sorry, you're totally off the hook for the 15 minutes because I've asked you 15 minutes worth of questions. Is there a way, I've seen with some of the Esri products where you can do like a public facing viewer, right? So is there a way to show this on our website, you know, without all the details of the citations, but just, hey, here's what's going on out there from a perspective?
Member Lambert, historically, I'll just say special interest groups or certain waterways where we have I call them hotspots in my files. I provide a report that utilizes this. If we were to provide like a public facing dashboard, I'd have to to review some of the information that we collect to make sure it's not filtered out there. But at some point, I think that is definitely a possibility. We utilize the Ezra products for a lot of resources for boaters, whether it's the Boat Oregon online maps, the boating obstructions, those type of things. So we could definitely do that. I think the only thing I'd want to do is maybe collect a little bit of information from exactly what the voters or the board would like to see on those reports. The dashboards to be able to filter through. And then just some takeaways from, the information I just covered. 1 in 5 paddlers don't have required life jackets on board. The waterway access permit holders statistically are more likely to have a life jacket. If I go through the data and I look at those who were in violation of life jacket, generally speaking, they don't have a waterway access permit. Same thing with sound slipping device. And that's been true for the last couple of years. Though I didn't go over the stats on it, boating under the influence or operating under the influence, the arrests are up significantly. A lot of this was due to special emphasis patrols this last year. The boating under the influence, that is a KPM that we have as well. And that is something that we always continue to work on, but it's also been challenging in past years just because of the courts and perception and different things. Registration non-compliance, that's the majority of motorized violations. And then operational, so the speeding through slow and wake, those non-compliance are actually the smallest portion of motorized violations. And then safety violations, not having a life jacket, that fall right in the middle between those two numbers.
On your VUI arrests, they're going up, which is concerning. So the goal is to get them to go down.
Remember,
They're going up because it means our law enforcement's more active. So what I would look for is, what can we do to drive them down?
Member Withy, you have a great point. I would offer up that over the last few years, there's not been a lot of
Enforcement.
Well, there's been enforcement, but I think the biggest challenge is for our law enforcement officers, sometimes what they enforce and what their courts will go through, right? A BOI operator under the influence is going to go through the court system, it's going to be arrested, it's going to take a lot more work than citing somebody for no life jacket. Having that support at the local level, whether it's district attorney, has not necessarily been there as much as it was this last year. And so a lot of people argue like somebody on a paddleboard who's intoxicated, maybe it's not super dangerous to other paddlers, but I also always offer up that the person's got to drive home. So I think the key there is we wrote a whole bunch more BOI arrests or citations this last year, but that was because compared to the last 3-4 years, we actually had support from the legal system to do that.
Are we trying to intercept them before they get on the water rather than when they're in the boat?
Member Withy, generally speaking, our special emphasis patrols are land-based, but most people start boating and then start drinking. So I don't know if that's always going to be successful, try and get them before they get on the water.
I would offer, member with you, that I know one of the areas of emphasis for Brian is trying to educate people before they get to the water. So I'm sure through our social media outreaches and campaigns that we're definitely, and we have Operation Dry Water where we're trying to educate folks before they get out there.
Well, I'm glad that the arrests are up, but I'm sad they're up too.
Yeah.
So
Member with you, I'd also offer up in the grand scope of boating on the influence across the U.S., Oregon's one of the lowest. That's because it's sometimes hard enough to boat sober in Oregon compared to other states. So
not necessarily something to brag about.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Okay, thanks.
Chair Jackson, I just would add one more just at the risk of, we've blown the 15 minutes, but we're close here. I just want to make sure, we've talked a lot about law enforcement in this discussion, and Brian's team's done a great job. And one of the areas they've done a great job is getting law enforcement on board and adopting this. So without them as partners and adopting and using the system, we don't have the data. And it really is pretty incredible that this didn't exist, 4 years ago or so. And now we've just got broad adoption and acceptance. I see law enforcement people come in, offer opinions on that to help improve it, grow it, and they've been a part of that. So it's good collaboration with Brian and our law enforcement partners who help make those green, yellow, red dots appear.
I got a comment. It's really fun to watch you up there play with the numbers. You get so excited. You really enjoy your job. And that's really fun to see. Not everybody likes to play with numbers like that.
Never with you. Thank you for this.
Thank you for being who you are.
The thing I've noticed about the Eber system, kind of building on what Director Warren said, is at the marine law training on water stuff, the enthusiasm, because it is just like tapping my phone as opposed to getting out the book and going undercover because it's pouring rain and finding a pen. It seems that the instructors and the students are a lot more just like, oh yeah, I can do this. It's easy. It's not a chore to have to find all the pieces to do this inspection.
Chair Jackson, you bring up a really good point, and that I didn't hit on this is one, we have a phenomenal training program that helps our law enforcement partners, one, do their jobs on the water. And when we set out to build this app, it was really important to us to build something that they actually use. It has to be simple. It's got to be drop downs. It can't be something they got to type in. It has to be fast and efficient. And I really have a great team and really other people in the agency that made it possible.
Okay, so we've now been at this just over 2 hours. Do people need a break?
I could use.
So 15-minute break. We'll be back here at 10 minutes till 11.
Reminder, there's always a lag between the time that we're broadcasting to the public and when we all start moving about it. So
back. All right, we are back. It's now approximately 10 minutes till 11. And we're moving on to item E, boating safety advocate statistics with Brian.
Chair Jackson, members of the board, thank you again. This item's also been on the agenda for about a year, and what's really exciting for me was 2024 was the first year that we had boating safety advocates start in April and then end in September, so we ran a full 6 months. So kind of really some milestones. One, we were fully staffed. We had 5 seasonal boating safety advocates. We also contract for a boating safety advocate through Curry County Aquatic Safety. We also had our boating safety advocate program coordinator. So that team was well assembled and well equipped. We had on water education outreach. The year prior, we had very limited on water, and also in 2023, we had limited amount of time that staff was actually able to do the boating season. We really amplified our classroom education. I've always been a big advocate that water safety starts at a young age. It starts with kids, and water safety is so tangential to boating safety. It's just really important to get that started early. We did outreach at nearly 1,000 waterways. That's different waterways through the boating safety advocates. And we also handed out hundreds of life jackets to the point where we ran out of life jackets. So it's really truly amazing that we can go out, we can do education outreach, whether it's water or land-based with the boating safety advocates, provide life jackets to those in need, generally children out there on different watercraft that don't have them. So it really was a great year and the first full year of the boating safety advocate program. We socialized it. We talked about it a lot. We developed a lot of partnerships through either non-governmental organizations, schools, community events, those type of things. And really this slide just highlights some of the pictures and moments from our boating safety advocates. You can see a life jacket on the bottom right being fitted to a youth. I believe that was at Turner Lake. You can see Luke Martinez, our Curry County Aquatic Safety boating safety advocate, out there on the water doing education outreach. You can see 2 boating safety advocates in Bend with our just pop-up education outreach station. And then statistics just kind of showing 2023, the limited season versus the full season. In 2024, we did 120 events. We did 547 event hours. And then very similar to marine law enforcement, we collect data on the boaters that we contact. Our boating safety advocates do out on the water. So they engaged and collected data on 5,171 boaters. So you can see the percentage there, 26% motorized versus 74% not motorized.
Is that intentional, or was that just the way it happened? Did you intend to contact that many non-motorized versus motorized?
Remember with me, I think what kind of highlights and really a lot of the purpose within the program is education outreach focused at boaters that traditionally the agency wouldn't have had a communication with, right? They're new boaters, they're going to areas that pop up on social media as this really great place to go boating. All of a sudden now you have 100 boaters versus 2 boaters, or even more. They're areas that, and then I'll go into a little bit later, where marine law enforcement isn't necessarily doing the patrols. And so non-motorized boating has exploded. You know, we talked about this many times. You can go to any big box store, it seems like, and buy a kayak or stand paddleboard or order them online. So I think that's just organically why we get more non-motorized. It's not necessarily a focus, but traditionally over the last 2 years, non-motorized is where that greatest growth has been. And then we track all our education outreach, very similar app. And it's great because I can look at that. So this is the percentage of time versus the event type. So we track whether it's a community event. You can see 41% of our time was at community events in 2024 within the Boating Safety Advocate Program, 20% in the classroom, 19% non-governmental organizations sponsored events, agency sponsored was 10%, and then other 10%. Those other generally were like other agencies that had events that wanted us to come help them, whether it be like an ODFW event or state parks, those type of things. That's where that other. The one thing that we've learned about education outreach and really is reflective in the percentages here is you go to the voters. You don't ask the voters to come to us. Nobody wants to come to a government organization usually. So we go to the voters. We talk to them about voting. We talk to them about education. Maybe we talk to them about the life jacket. They're not carrying those type of things. And going to the classrooms has been very beneficial because as you can see in the picture at the right, you have kids that are learning about life jackets. You have kids that are learning about reach, throw, don't go. It really is a great learning opportunity for kids and for our agency to get out there and talk to people about boating and water safety. Outreach type versus total hours. So I talked about it earlier and just kind of just note here that the type of events that we go to, we categorize them as either water and boating safety all as one. We might go to events that we're just focused on water safety and we don't necessarily talk as much about boating, but it's related. We have events that we go to that is 100% boating safety focus. Generally, those are going to be about mandatory boating education cards, those type of things. And then we go to events that are 100% paddler and then some other. So this kind of gives you a general consensus that most of our stuff is water and boating safety. Obviously, boating safety is about preventing those incidents when they happen, and water safety is going to be when you go overboard and how to take care of yourself. And then just kind of want to talk about and describe just really through pictures what something like this looks at. This is one of our boating safety advocate like special emphasis. So we in this one, I think my subject line when I was coordinating it was Bend Takeover 1.0. So I had 3 boating safety advocates go to Bend for 5 days. We did one, we looked at areas ahead of time that our marine law enforcement partners weren't patrolling. I looked at areas that were feedback from people that know that the non-compliance is high, areas that there's been incidents, and we sent the boating safety advocates to these areas to do our pop-up boating safety education outreach booths. And as you see in this picture, this is kind of a general idea of the type of things that we have at the booth. But this is kind of a picture that shows, one, our booth was set up about this approximate this location. We'd have 2 individuals in the booth, and then we'd have 1 or 2 individuals out roving around with all the boaters coming to this area. And you can see this is kind of the general area that this took place. Now there is boaters, there's also some pool toys, but these are individual engagements with actual boaters that we collected data on. And then in the same trip, the boating safety advocates paddled on the Chutes River up in the Lapine area, engaged with boaters on the water and talked to them about safety. Just kind of to reiterate that when we set up our booth in Bend, we did it very close to where boaters were entering the water. Like I said earlier, we go to the boaters. It's really a benefit for us to get that communication channel. And then if you're familiar with the downtown Bend area, summertime, we made sure we went on a really hot weekend and really want to capture that.
That's not every weekend.
Yeah, when there's that large influx of boaters, so that we can be most effective in our education outreach. And then the one thing I would note that was really an outcome of that trip is there's a lot of boat rental businesses over there, some big, some small, some doing things right, some not doing things right. So kind of the after action was we had learned of some liveries or boat rental businesses not doing things correctly, and then I was able to address that in marine law enforcement. So
did you get anybody to wear a life jacket?
We did, absolutely.
You did?
Yes. Yeah, and
I didn't get my wife to wear a life jacket.
remember, Liffy, if you want to give me a tracker, I'll make sure that she talks about a safety advocate. The other thing, with boating safety advocates being out in the public is you get to see maybe new and emerging boating types. This pretty sweet stand-up paddleboard that Some folks are renting, throwing on their lawn chairs. You're gonna see all kinds of things. So,
Chair Jackson's gonna order one of those up this afternoon.
Hey, we can have a board party, a board party.
Board meeting on a stand-up paddleboard.
Going back to really that data that we're collecting with our boating safety advocates, you can see the boat types for non-motorized. So a large portion, and actually the majority, is stand-up paddleboards, followed by kayaks. So that's really the majority of the non-motorized boating safety advocates we're engaging with on the water. But as you saw in those pictures earlier, they're going to have contact with people that are in pool toys. So we do document that. We do talk to the people that have the float, air mattresses and the inner tubes that are literally going to be floating down a river that's got moving water, about boating safety and handing them a whistle and talking about life jackets. So just because they're not in what we categorize as boat doesn't mean we're not talking about boating safety when they're out there and documenting. And then motorized, it probably doesn't surprise anybody that the greatest portion of motorized boats that the boating safety advocates contacted was open motor boats. That's obviously the largest portion of boats that we have that are registered. And then you can see just pictures, boating safety advocate doing some education outreach on the fall fishery. And then the boating safety advocates did collect information on life jackets, registration, and waterway access permits. So out of the motorized boaters in 2024 that boating safety advocates talked to, they visually saw, and this is one of those where boating safety advocates can have a non-regulatory conversation with boaters versus law enforcement, uniform gun type thing. And so on the registration, they would just visually see if the boat was currently registered. So 9.3% were not in compliance. So visually they could see that 88% were currently registered by the valid decal and 7% weren't and 5% unknown. You take out the unknowns, that's where you get that 9.3%. So what's interesting about that is that truly aligns with what our law enforcement partners are seeing. So there's obviously a pretty good correlation that the data LE's collecting, data BSAs are collecting are pretty similar in the aspect of registration, which is also.
First time I've seen an airboat in Oregon. How many airports do we have out there?
Remember with you, the last time I had to answer that question was a few years ago, and I believe we had less than 5. And one of those was a home boat with a box fan on the back that, I guess he felt like he wanted to register that box fan boat. So I was the same way. I'm like, did they actually encounter one of the 5 in the wild? And
There's one on the upper road.
is there?
Very frequently.
Yeah,
It's all over there.
I think I've spoken with them.
Yeah.
Member with you, I don't know the exact number. It is, I could get that for you. I know there is one more in 2024 that was added. Because there's a fire department that added one. So.
Okay.
I swear I wasn't the guy with the box fan.
Right.
Sounds like me though.
You can put a box fan on that paddleboard.
Right.
Moving forward, waterway access permit. So the boating safety advocates are really well equipped to talk to people about waterway access permits and the benefit that it does to the program. Also, they also going to talk about life jackets at the same time. So the one thing that was asked earlier is how I kind of determine where boating safety advocates target like their education outreach, and a lot of it is going to areas that law enforcement hasn't necessarily been, and a lot of it is areas that maybe it's up on Mount Hood, Timothy, Trillium Lake. There's Clear Lake, multiple Clear Lakes in Oregon, but there's some very popular destinations for paddlers that you can get on social media and learn about. And that is often where we would send the boating safety advocates, because quite honestly, that's where we see a lot of, a large portion of people not even knowing that they need a life jacket, or really they just don't think that they're at risk, right? They think oftentimes it's a big swimming pool with a pool toy. So that being said, 61% non-compliance for waterway access permit is what the boating safety advocates found. That is significantly larger than what law enforcement, but like I alluded to, there's a whole lot of boaters that we're engaging with that law enforcement is. Life jacket carriage requirement. So we would ask whether all were on board. We visually see all were on board, some on board and none on board. If you go back and look at life jacket carriage statistics from law enforcement, 21% of paddlers don't have all the life jackets on board. 7% for motorized. If you account like the numbers that were surveyed for the boater contacts for law enforcement versus PSAs, this is very consistent, the 17% with what we found for law enforcement is with the boating safety advocates. So kind of going back to that, we're getting a really good consensus from law enforcement and DSAs on the compliance. And then life jacket wear rate. This is one that there's so many scenarios, but it's important to see that what's going on with people actually wearing life jackets, not wearing life jackets. And this was a visual thing. You can see 62% of the boaters that boating safety advocates came in contact with were not wearing them at all. And that's not taking into account whether they were required to or not. That's 62% nobody on board was wearing. 30% all were wearing. And then children wearing, no adults wearing. So that's probably the most common scenario that you would find in regards to if I was to categorize a boat and have an adult in it versus having kids in it. The ones that are non-wearing were probably people that were all adults, didn't have to be required. The ones that all were wearing was probably people that were required to wear it. And then the children wearing, no adults was probably the fact that there's children and adults.
So describe that boat. Is that a sailboat? Is that a motorboat? What kind of boat is that?
You know, remember with the, I would categorize that as a rowboat based on the fact that it has no sail currently and it's got oars.
You need to get in here and get that registered.
I mean, it looks
It has
like,
capability.
it looks like an El Toro, but I learned how to sail in 100 years ago.
That,
Because you could put oarlocks on them and you can see on the back, it looks like it's got the pins for a drop down rudder. They're about 8 feet long, so you wouldn't have to register it.
that specific picture was taken by Boating Safety Advocate this summer. And if I recall, that was at Fern Ridge, outside Eugene.
It's in a saltwater marine environment.
Yeah.
Looks like it's very suitable for that environment.
Yeah. And remember with you, I got a signal from the side alley there that the official number right now is 7 registered airboats in the state. So sounds like we know personally of at least 4 of them. So
Anyway,
And then one thing that we did visually look at was if somebody was on a stand-up paddleboard and had a leash, if they're wearing it or not. And so oftentimes we see folks purchasing a stand-up paddleboard, they coil it up and just sits on the back and they don't attach it to themselves. And then you have individuals that actually wear it. So 80% were wearing, the 20% was no, they just had it coiled up. That doesn't go into if they were wearing the appropriate type for the water, those type of things. And then the picture to the right, that's near the Selwood area. You can see 5 youth on 2 stand-up paddleboards, no life jackets. So that's in the Boating Safety Advocates to the right, paddling and talking, doing education outreach. And then just wanted to give some visual, something that we talked about time and time again over the last 2 agenda items is one, when people ask me, why do you send BSAs to a certain area? Oftentimes it's me looking at our law enforcement dashboards, right? So you can see this bottom picture. This is where marine law enforcement was for the entire 2024. You can see there's actually 0 dots, but you can see my boating safety advocates went out there and did education outreach, and those are the boat numbers. Same thing for this area. This is the boating safety advocate doing education outreach on the water, and you can see that there is a very minimal effort by marine law enforcement. So I'm looking for areas that education outreach enforcement is not double dipping, I guess. So we focus the boating safety advocate efforts on areas that our marine law enforcement partners either not able to send resources. Traditionally, it's more of a paddle centric, right? They're doing education outreach on the water on inflatable kayaks. Most of our law enforcement vessels are inboard jet boats, those type of things. So it is a much different mechanism on how they're delivering it based on the boat, those type of things. And then really some takeaways is The boating safety advocates, they're nimble, they're adaptable, really to emerging boating safety concerns. If we have an area that pops up as a concern, we can send the boating safety advocates there to try and curb that compliance challenges. And I put in there that new destination, right? Social media, if you're on there and you see that there's a lot of paddling groups or clubs or maybe friends of a certain lake, right? They're going to draw attention to their waterway, and oftentimes that's where we send the boating safety advocates to do education outreach there. The one thing, it takes about 2 months to get a boating safety advocate trained up. That's a lot of investment in them to be able to get them ready for the field and be able to interact with the public, especially to be that subject matter expert on boating safety. The one thing learned from this last year is that integration in schools can be difficult, right? So the seasonal boating safety advocates are working April to September. School usually gets out May to June, depending on the school. Schools start up in September. Often teachers are not wanting us to be there right at the beginning or right at the end. Just last week, I had 3 different schools reach out to me to do like water safety, boating safety in the schools next month. So really, that prime time for schools is not the time of year that boating safety advocates currently are generally working, but also April through September is at the peak boating season too. So there's that balance there. And then one thing that was really measurable is the BSA life jacket influence. It's really significant. So for example, at Hag Lake, where we did a lot of education outreach, huge, draw from the metro area for boaters. And so we would see visually and also through stats that the lure rates and life jackets are increasing from the summer to the end of summer. And a lot of that was just measurable by repeat outreach engagements on boaters in that area. And then I wouldn't talk about all this great work without wanting to make it better. When I say better, one thing we talked about just now is kind of those takeaways, but currently we have 5 seasonal, so 0.5 FTE, 6-month boating safety advocates. And what I would propose to the board, and I'll get into the rationale, is that we go to having 2 full-time boating safety advocates and 1 seasonal. This budgetarily doesn't change anything. So this gives us 2 year-round boating safety advocates. This gives us 1 seasonal. Rationale 1, it increases really our return on investment in training. That 2 months of training essentially could be lost time that they could be doing work. And then we would get more boater impact. We'd increase outreach in schools, really the need for education is constant year round. And one that's really important to me, and one that probably people don't even realize, is we used to have a huge group of volunteers that would teach boating education in and around the state, right? So we have our boat org and our mandatory boating education. That's not taught hardly at all now compared to what it used to be in magnitude. So the boating safety advocates would be able to teach that classroom curriculum across the state. So maybe we went to Northeast Oregon and we set up boating education classes with boating safety advocates in the area, have people sign up, those type of things. It's nothing different than what ODFW does for hunting education, those type of things. So it really would provide a huge benefit to boaters to get that mandatory education. And then really there's growing shoulder seasons in boating. We have areas that are becoming more popular, whether it's recreation. And as we know, Oregon's a cold water state. So having that winter boating outreach can be really critical to intervention, because when things go bad in those cold water months, they really go bad. And the other thing I'd add on, and more recently kind of realized, is the 5 seasonal positions. Obviously, when they're going to go 6 months without working, hopefully they return to us, but the state doesn't pay unemployment insurance. We actually pay unemployment benefits dollar per dollar. And so if we have 5 seasonal boating safety advocates that go in the off season, then the agency is actually paying for unemployment benefits. And so what that does is that would just take away money out of that budget that could be utilized for them being here in the field work.
So I would just add into the procedural piece for the board as you consider Brian's proposal. So we've got the authority from the legislator for the the 5 halftime positions. Agencies do have a process. It's arduous, but it's nowhere near as arduous as going to the legislator to say, we've got these 5 seasonals, we'd like to turn it into 2 full-times and 1 halftime. It goes through more of a staff-driven process, unless there's a big red flag, which I wouldn't anticipate in some of this. So this is something where if the board were to decide to go this route, we would be working with Christy and her team to go through that process. And it wouldn't necessarily be something we would go present to the legislator, but there would be legislative process and input into that. So I guess just trying to convey that I feel like it's well within your authority to consider this. And then I feel fairly confident about our ability to go through that administrative process you go through to do this.
Full-time positions don't need to be approved through the budgetary process every biennium. It's a separate process if you mid biennium.
Member Lambert, if you want a new position or a new authority, you have to ask for that. And in this case, one thing just on an aside from a budget piece, it's a small point here, is just the good news is when you get a halftime position, you also get funded for benefits. So the fact that these are all halftime versus like a 0.4, that conversion, if anything, we might end up with like 0.6 of a FTE left over by the time we eat up some of that benefit piece. But yeah.
So that was gonna be my question. I was just curious, I'm used to a halftime FTE through like an extra help seasonal time position costing about half the cost from the budgetary process as a full-time,
Yeah.
position there, just because they're not seeing the privilege benefits, they're not seeing they're not fully loaded, they're not seeing the benefits of insurance and everything else.
That's good industry term. They're
Sounds like-
fully loaded.
Yeah, it sounds like in the state's system, a halftime FTE is that fully loaded burden cost, so 2 halftimes do equal the actual cost of them.
Is this something you're proposing for the 2025 season or asking us to consider to implement for the 26 season?
Chair Jackson, I've done a lot of legwork to, as long as no barriers come up, to roll this out for 2020.
My view is you can't have enough public safety advocates. They're the face of our organization when you get out water beyond law enforcement. And I believe they're more accepted by the voting public than law enforcement. They're less of a threat. So I don't think you can have enough of these. I don't want to get into the actual administration of the program. I think I need to leave that to you and Larry to do. Trust that you're going to do it the right way. In my view, full-time are much better than part-time because you have to put an effort into training them. You have to get out and supervise them, and you have to restart that every year with temporaries. It's always a challenge. Plus, if they're full-time employments, they're more dedicated to their job and doing a good job. So that's my view, but I don't want to get into the detailed administration of a program. I just want to encourage you to get as many as you can and get them out there and interact with the public.
I kind of like the idea of having people that are full-time year-round, just because like the past couple of weeks in Portland, it hasn't been warm, but it's been clear and it hasn't been windy and it's been sunny. And all the folks in kind of my posse, we've been going out, but we're also seeing a lot of what I would call Costco voters going out. And, the water's 42 degrees, the air temp's 42 degrees, no life jackets, no leashes. And, if we had BSAs who, again, were paying attention to what the weather's doing, what the river's doing, it's like, yeah, that would be a really helpful thing to have people out doing that. In my experience doing humane education for Oregon Humane Society and trying to get into schools and dealing with what their cycles are, I do see having full-time BSAs to be able to get into schools when the schools are able to handle them is also a really important thing. So I would definitely support this.
I would say I'm right there with Member Withy and Chair Jackson and their thoughts on this. I'm always hesitant when we see the number of voters, vote registrations in the state dropping. was in the staff report. We see potential impacts like we're talking about gas tax revenues. But it doesn't sound like this is a budgetary issue. It's just how the FTEs are structured in there. So like Member Whitney said, we'd leave that up to you guys to administer that and support the decisions that you make. I think it's a good program. I personally would love to see this program, hopefully in 2025, have some visits in Southern Oregon. I think that'd be great down there. Looks like you guys are doing the right thing on.
I agree with you as well too, if we could go for more than that, almost a regional, if you will. Maybe have one, you know, in the south as well and two in the north. And yeah, that's fantastic.
I mean, I think also with what Member Withy was saying about employee retention, I know from the 2023, which was the first year you had folks, 3 came back for 2024. And it is hard if you're only working half a year, half time, unless you're semi-retired or you have some other side gig that can get you through those other months. So if this is going to help with retention of people who've already been through training and know how to do the job, I think it's great. So I guess I'll make a motion that we move towards changing the 5 part-time FTEs to create 2 full-time year-round BSAs and 1 seasonal BSA per the left side of the slide.
Second.
Any more discussion? All right, those in favor of moving towards the proposal on the left-hand side of the slide, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Brian.
Chair Jackson, members of the board, thank you very much for letting me present today.
The other thing is if we had year-round BSAs, they could come to the event on Sunday.
That's right. Last thing I would say, Brian, I really like how you're complementing the law enforcement program. Putting a lot of effort into finding those little niches to insert the building safety advocates. Super good work on it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Yep.
All right, item F, Waterway Access Program update.
Thank you, Chair Jackson, members of the board. My name is Alan Hansen, Policy Environmental Manager. So before I start, Member Withy commented on the size of that vessel in the picture. And, you know, he had commented earlier that Brian's the data guy. I think I'm lobbying to be the useless trivia guy. But do you know the length of the smallest boat to circumnavigate the globe?
12 feet?
Just shy of 12 feet.
Wow.
So who knows? Maybe that boat could go across the Pacific.
Wasn't it a West White?
I don't think I'll be in it.
I don't know, but
I think it was a West White Otter.
it
I know
was
somebody was trying to do it.
a gentleman from Australia who did it back in '87. So, and oddly enough, I looked this up last night, not anticipating. Maybe I was just looking for an opportunity to use it. So, with that useless trivia, and I'm just going to give an overview of the Waterway Act.
You're good to minimize that box down at the meeting.
I'm just giving a high-level overview. If you would like details, I can try and provide them. Janine is still in the room, who is definitely the expert on the funding grant portion of the program. But the program was created in 2019, and you know I show the number of grants and the dollars awarded year over biennium over biennium. I will note that those numbers are slightly higher than what's in the board packet, and I pulled these numbers yesterday, and so that reflects that various projects were extended in previous bienniums and got closed out, and our website now reflects what was actually spent. So just be aware that those mismatch compared to the book. So as you can see, the numbers are continuing to increase, and we would anticipate that'll continue. And as Brian noted, we still have a gap in the number of craft on the water that require a waterway access permit that actually have a waterway access permit. And so I think, we're seeing it takes a significant amount of time to, gain compliance, and we're continuing to work on that. As far as recommendations, because the program's still new, we still don't, we haven't worked at creating changes to the program. We don't have any recommendations for changing at this time. With that said, oh, my second slide didn't get in there. I apologize. Brian's a tech guy, I'm not. So with that said, Rep Helm dropped a bill, House Bill 2982, as Larry indicated earlier. That'll increase fees for the AIS program. And what it does, it also impacts fees on the waterway access permit. And generally, there's a $3 increase for an annual permit, because waterway access, you can get a week permit, a biennial permit. We also have livery programs that have different fees, but across the board, those fees have gone up. And that's in recognition that they found mussels in Idaho. I think, I'm not sure if Director Warren's aware of this, but they also found some new mussel, the golden mussel, in the San Francisco Bay area. I think it was a freshwater chute, but it came from the ballast water vessel. And so we have a new threat that's close by. So I think there is a great need to increase the waterway or the aquatic invasive species program. But Helm also recommended dropping the 10-foot minimum length to obtain the waterway access permit. So essentially what Helm's proposal would do is, we're currently generating about $1 million in aquatic invasive species funds that's going to primarily to ODF&W. They run the watercraft check stations. It also goes to law enforcement to fund those check stations, or to man those check stations, so they'll go after violators who don't stop at the check stations. We also have contracts with Portland State University. They go out and do searches of various waterways. But Helm's bill would double those funds, has a side benefit. Army Corps of Engineers has a $1 for $1 match of that program. So if we increase it by 2 million, or to 2 million, that would give ODF&W approximately $4 million to prevent aquatic invasive species. So Chair Jackson and I had a conversation a couple days ago, and she said that, including watercraft under 10 feet will impact the ability for this bill to pass. We are seeing that in the legislative process. It's not our bill, so we have no position on it. It would benefit, going back to the waterway access program. The portion of the fee would still go to AIS, but the majority of that waterway access permit does come back to us. That would help fund facilities. And so, we've been asked to provide education to some of the impacted constituents. And so, not our bill. We don't know what's going to happen, but it's out there. We're monitoring it, and we're helping Rep Helm provide information on the impact of that. So does anybody have questions? I'm much shorter in my presentations than Brian, and I'm not sure good or bad.
And if I could just add one piece.
Yes.
Excellent job summarizing, Alan. I think part of the staff recommendation of not trying to do anything at this time is we're in a, let's see what happens legislatively. And we anticipate working with the board in the next year, regardless of the outcome of this bill, of again, that where does the waterway access future, what's the future of the program? It just feels like at this time it'd be better. One, we're in the middle of legislative session, so we're not going to get anything cooking right now anyways, but just that discussion is probably good to start in the fall of this year and we'll be a little more informed about how this bill comes out. So that's part of why, just want to make sure it wasn't like, we're just not wanting to do any more work.
Well, I think we talked about it with your predecessor, probably their last meeting. And went around some of the same, like, if we changed it, what would we change it to? And then we said, it's only been in place for, at that point, it would have been the end of 2023. So it's only been in place for 4 years. And I believe it was our director who said something about, giving something at least like 6 to 8 years to actually settle in and get people getting aware of it and stuff. So we kind of, I thought, said we weren't even going to talk about it. We would talk about it before 27 in order to maybe do something in the 27 legislature.
Yeah, I think we brought this today just to more discuss the impacts from the Reynolds bill and what could happen.
Right.
And obviously we have no idea.
Well, and I think if that actually did manage to pass, it would give us a way to even before 27 have an idea of how to shape our program better.
Yeah, and I think if it does pass, Director Warren and I have talked about this, so we'd probably come back with a legislative concept to figure out how we could best use those funds.
Right.
And obviously that'll be further discussions with the board for any of that happens.
And
Just to add that I completely agree with Chair Jackson. I think in the speed of how things move in government, it takes a while to get a program stood up. It takes a while to go through grant process. It takes a while to see the benefits of those grant process and how they need to be tweaked. So just kind of staying with status quo for a little bit here and revisiting it.
And if Helm's bill passes, there will be a lot of work on our part to get the education out there that now these, the Costco paddlers will need to buy these permits. And so it'll be a ramp up period to get a good percentage of compliance with them.
And Chair Jackson, I appreciate that history. I think part of why we put this on today too was we had a staff note that we owed the board a follow-up, and we just, from that meeting with Josh, when he was there, and we just wanted to make sure that we weren't missing something with the board. Yes, that we felt like we were overdue a follow-up on that. So my recollection was the same as yours. I'm super glad that you had the same memory on that, but we didn't want to find that we were out of sync with the board on what we're doing here.
Great. Any other questions or comments for Alan on this subject? All right. Item G, Upper Road rulemaking.
So if I can start out and then Alan can get in do we need to wait to change anything out?
I'm just gonna stop sharing.
This is my attempt at a motivational speech for the board this morning, which is just, we've been at this for over a year. And some of you started with it and some of you jumped in the middle and some of you had the unfortunate piece probably to have to come in at the end and catch up. And I just really want to say how much I appreciate you all as a board, because the one thing that makes it easy for me to be your director is that I can, without a doubt, look at anybody and tell them, this is a board that reads their material, they prepare, they think. If you give them the space to work through these issues, you're going to see good results. And so, we've had at times that public process feels messy. We've gone through different iterations. We do those things. And I just really respect how you all have approached this issue, regardless of where you land today. Again, I appreciate the collaboration with staff and in the board, and wanted to say that up front. And then really just, I want to call out 2 issues and then turn it over to Alan for his piece. The first is, thanks to ODFW staff and ODFW in general. They've been extremely helpful, I think, in helping us answer your questions and testifying. And, we exist in a world today where not everybody's kind of government workers while they're doing their work. And at times, I think some of the ODFW staff had what felt like some personal attacks on them. And I apologize to those folks that had to bear that through our process. And I really think you as the board appreciated them and their work that they did. And then, Member Lambert mentioned earlier, Jennifer Cooper wears a lot of hats in these processes. I happen to sit 10 feet away from her all day. We talk through a glass, and the thing I hear is she, more than anybody, myself included, bears the brunt of kind of that first round of negativity that when folks want to call or connect with the agency, and it's tiring sometimes, and she does a great job of it. I listen to her talk to those people and to everybody, and I think she's often far more respectful and nice sometimes than she's getting back from the people talking to her. And so she really, in these processes, we wouldn't get to where we are today without her. And, you know, it's just a piece where, unfortunately, we're in a world where people sometimes are just unnecessarily mean and with unbiased attacks or unbased attacks. And Jennifer bears a lot of that. And so I certainly appreciate the work that she does. And I know whenever I talk to her about any of these issues in her role as a rules coordinator, I'm going to hear, is this being transparent and are we acting with integrity? That's the two things she's going to ask me every single time. And so I know that's who she is and appreciate her in that role. So with that.
I think we all appreciate her.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to kind of go through what's happened since last board meeting. At that board meeting, you all approved a set of rules. And do we have that information? The what I provided to so it can show. Oh, it's in the book.
Yeah, I think it's one of the.
Is it something, I've got it on my computer, if you can, it'd be easier to plug and plug. Okay. I apologize, Jennifer.
Jennifer's pulling that up.
Yeah.
Would I be able to have the opportunity to acknowledge Alan in this as well?
Oh, sir. I mean, that's Chair Jackson's.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I just want to say thank you to Alan as well. You know, working through these processes is super difficult. I know after working in government for almost 3 decades, people view things, and I can understand where they're coming from through their lens and their perspective. It's our job as stewards of public lands and policy to look at us in multiple lenses and represent all of everybody's views rather than that one person's views. People can get very excited about their opinions, and as Director Warren said, sometimes they can get a bit unprofessional. There was a ton of testimony out there. I enjoyed reading through that testimony. I even read a piece of testimony from Ms. Botzer to Jennifer, talking about, man, the board has a lot of stuff to read, and thank you for Ms. Botzer recognizing that, but we like doing it. And there was, most of it was wholehearted good comments, people giving us constructive criticism and whatnot. There was some stuff in there that was personal attacks. Sorry that you have to read that stuff. Sometimes it's pointed towards your team, just trying to solve problems. So I appreciate it.
I think the thing,
Member Lambert, it's kind of hard for me to hear you down here, so you got a very soft voice, so you get the opportunity to speak up a little bit.
I will.
So I've been with the Marine Board for slightly over a year, and I've definitely learned that boaters are very passionate people, and I absolutely appreciate that. And, you know, that passion comes out in different ways in different people, and so that's just part of the job. And, you know, so far, I'm very happy that I, you know, had the opportunity to come support the Marine Board. So with that, let's go through. So what I have up on the screen right now is a portion of the rules that were proposed at the October. Is that right? The October board meeting, there was the proposed rules.
Proposal in October, then we learned more.
Yes.
Back out in
So
November.
what I did is the plain text is what you proposed or approved as proposed rules back in October. Since that time, you had the work session in November, and at that work session, ODF&W recommended that we include flow rates. And at that time, they didn't have a number for us. So they since provided that number, and that's item 9C up there. And that shows a flow rate of 1,350 cubic feet per second, or the equivalent water level of 3.2 feet. And that's the USGS gauge at Dodge Bridge. And so all of that data is publicly available. And we've talked with ODF and W. They're gonna work with us to identify when those flows are coming. And so we can start putting out notices that, you know, we're probably gonna shut down the river. They also recommended that, well, let me back up. So my understanding of how they came up with that level is they determined what levels were gonna be adequate for habitat. We heard lots of comments saying that, you know, this level is rarely hit and it's gonna impact, or it's not gonna stop the commercial jet boat operations maybe once a summer, once every 3 summers. So I think the point of this, it's not to restrict any user group, it's to protect salmon. And so that's what they determined. Below that, boating is going to impact salmon. And so they recommended that that closure apply only to 10 horsepower motors and above. So we had discussions internal and recognized that in a lot of this water, there's significantly more paddlers. And if the water is that low of flows, paddlers are likely going to be impacting the same habitat as a boater because, you know, 100 paddles, you know, scraping the bottom of the river is probably going to have a significant impact similar to what one jet boat would. And so we're recommending all boaters. Obviously, you're not bound by our recommendations. And the blue text is, so let me back up, apologize. So December 23rd, we filed some proposed changes with Secretary of State. Those went out and the public was noticed. Based on what was sent out, we got comments to say, you know, what section of the river does this apply to? And we realized we weren't very clear on what section of the river it applied to. So we're recommending adding the language in blue that says that it applies between Fisher Ferry and Dodge Bridge.
So on that provision is new to us, and I have a zillion questions on it. When would you like to take those questions after you're all done?
So I'm here to serve you. So if you'd like to ask questions now, I'm happy to answer.
I would say let's, if you have a question, let's get them out.
Good.
Because the odds are really good. If you got a question, one of the 3 of us probably has the same question.
Probably.
So if you're okay doing it that way.
I'm happy to take them now.
Okay, this provision doesn't make a lot of sense to me. First of all, water is released by the Corps of Engineers, Lost Creek Dam. Salmon habitat is below Lost Creek Dam before you get to Dodge. That's the way it's been described to us. You're trying to maintain a habitat for the salmon. It really makes sense you would do that before the water gets to the salmon from Lost Creek Dam. And it seems to me you would do that by establishing an agreement with the Corps of Engineers to release a certain amount of water so you maintain what's necessary for that habitat. By the time you evaluate it down at Dodge, too late. And it's not the control point releasing water. So I don't understand why you would set Dodge as a control point to maintain habitat. So that's very confusing to me. And I don't know if there's an agreement between the state and the Corps to maintain minimum flows. It certainly wouldn't be the board that establishes that agreement. I don't know if ODFW has one, but there needs to be a working relationship there to maintain those minimum flows. So,
yeah.
And then in addition to that, I don't want to go on because you said a question. In addition to that, if you were to administer this provision, Larry would have to issue a closure after you decided this is in effect. He can do that now. Extreme conditions warrant unsafe boating conditions or for whatever reason, he can issue a temporary closure. He does it all the time. So why do you even need this provision?
So I apologize. I can't address what ODF and W is thinking and how they determined this rule, but I will point out So during the conversation at the October work session, when ODF and W was there, they were looking at this number moving forward, recognizing that climate change, drier climates. So this isn't necessarily, impacting today. It might be more of an issue 5 years from today, 10 years from today, with recognition that, yes, absolutely, Army Corps of Engineer does control flow, but there may be a time when Army Corps can no longer support flows above that level, and you've got additional comment.
No, finish your thought
Yeah.
out. And then I'll-
And so I think it's probably important that we do have a flow in there at this point, just to recognize that, not that it's likely to happen. We have management tools to prevent it from happening, but this is more, if it does happen, here's our reaction. And to address effectively, you're saying director has the ability to do temporary removals.
Let's say you do have a drought condition.
Yep.
Drought condition is not just going to be a Dodge, it's going to be an entire river. So why would you have a rule that applies to the entire river?
So there's 3 gauges in that section. There's one up just downstream of the dam. There's Dodge, and then there's one roughly Fisher's Ferry. And so I think, while the flow is not going to be the same at each one of those points, one point they can look at it and say, okay, if the flow here is X, the flow upstream is going to be,
So I've looked at those monitoring stations, they're all up and down the river. These flows that you're talking about occur on the side of the area where we're allowing boaters to operate. So they serve a little purpose as far as controlling those boats that we're concerned about. Because the low flows occur in October, November, December. If you look at the information, and they have 20 or 30 years of information you can look at. So again, what purpose does that serve in serving it here in the upper road?
So I'll jump in here, Alan. You've done a really
Thank
nice
you.
job. So, Member Withy, I think you, as usual, raised some really good issues with some of that real complicated piece. So first, I want to back up on the state's agreement or ability to work with the Corps on different flow levels, and I would just probably characterize that's the thing that lawsuits are made of, right? So I think that the Corps, I'm sure I can't give you specifics because I don't know them. I'm sure that there are conversations with the Corps and ODFW and everybody about salmon and water and levels and all those things. I can almost say for certain there's probably not those level of agreements because, as you know, as maybe a former federal person yourself, federal government probably views those decisions as theirs and taking input from the state. So I don't know that we would ever get to a point to where you're talking about as a state, but again, I'd have to go educate myself quite a bit. In terms of piece of information I got through some of my talking with different people, the level that was set here is the level to where they do start to see some sandbars and habitat and things exposed that isn't normally exposed. And that's where that concern starts to come in. When you get to those levels, there's different sandbars and that becomes one of the defining points. I will, 2 more points and then you're ready for your rebuttal there. The other piece I would share is I started out this journey as a temporary rule guy. It's like, well, we could do this for temporary rule anytime. And what I came out to believe is that if we know there's a flow that we've already kind of through our conversations and talking about with ODFW where they would be recommending those actions, why would we want to have a rule that essentially exists but we're not telling the public exists? So if we've learned that this is a flow level that causes concerns, while it might not trigger very often, we should at least articulate that to voters in a public way through a rule as opposed to just having a rule that's not on the books. Then one final point Your point about the greater piece, like how do we exist this and why just here? Why not everywhere? I would say just like everything, and going even back to our conversation we had with Jeff Huntington earlier, this is a bit of uncharted territory for Marine Board and our relationship. I think this is going to open up some conversations in the future about what this looks like, either statewide or water bodies. I think it's opened a really good conversation to that point. So to your point about if we're in an extreme drought and it's going to impact the lower road, I think those doors have been open for them to have those discussions with us that we hadn't opened before.
I think
So
those discussions need to be, I think minimum flow is necessary. I just don't agree with the application there and how it's being applied. And it gives an apparence that it's targeting one group of voters in this section of the river. And I'm not so sure that appearance isn't justified, what I see. As I said, the real control point for me is not a Dodge, it's a cloud. It's at the dam. It's above spawning beds. I think there ought to be a minimum flow there. Yes, I agree with that. That's where it ought to be. And it shouldn't be targeting a certain user group on the river. That's what gives appearance of.
So, member with me. Yeah,
two, yeah,
To me, we are not fisheries experts. That's ODF and W's thing. And so if they're the ones who said at this station, at this flow rate, I think that's something we really need to consider. Whether or not that flow rate ever happens, whether or not it's, all the people say it's never going to happen, it's a fake number, whatever. But knowing that we do have the ability to make emergency rules and knowing that the river today is not going to be the river 5 years from now because those sandbars move around and various things established and disestablished. We have this number, and if ODF and W 5 years, given whatever conditions are happening 5 years, and the water's only at 1550 or 1750 or whatever number, they can still come to our director and say, close the river. So I think having it here is important, knowing that we also have the backup plan because we do have things that don't necessarily fit nice, neat little boxes. My question is, we're restricting boating from Fisher's Ferry to Dodge Bridge. Why aren't we just going all the way up to the dam?
I think Chair Jackson, if the board would like to increase the staff recommendation, the board can absolutely do that.
and I think part of the reason might be Chair Jackson is there was probably a presumption that A was going to be a part of whatever the final rule was, which already addressed the 10 horse above Dodge. And so that this was a piece for just that section. I think.
But I think if we're saying all boating ends in the lower part of the upper road, we probably should be saying all boating ends in the entirety because the water's too low.
And just to be clear, because I think it's important for us, is ODFW's recommendation was the 10 horse and above.
Okay.
OSMB staff wanted to get input on an all boat piece and see where.
But I'm
sure
looking at C, it says all boating activities shall be restricted.
Right.
So why wouldn't we restrict above Dodge Bridge if the flow is critically low?
I think that another way to think about that, Chair Jackson, is should the board consider reverting back to ODFW's recommendation versus what OSMB staff went out and asked people what they thought about it and go to a 10 horse some level.
Please.
I've struggled with the minimum flow question, but I guess I've tended to look through this as I've thought about this for the past several months through this lens of conflict, through the lens of safety, through the lens of impacts to fish, right? Those three things. And then really importantly, and what's weighed heavily on my thought process is historical uses. And I don't I'm not an expert. I'm not a fish biologist. So I feel that I need to weigh heavily the information that ODF&W has provided us in this information, in this process. If ODF&W says 10 horsepower and lower is okay during these flow conditions, then I'm going to rely on ODF&W. I would not be a fan of saying, let's go to all forms of boating. I think we have a rafting industry down there, and I'm trying to think economic impacts as well. We have a rafting industry down there and fly fishing industry and drift boats that rely on this section of the river. And I'm not so sure that if I'm sticking to the science in relationship to fish and I'm trusting ODFW's opinions, I don't know why I would decide to do anything other than that in regards to this flow condition, flow level. So my thought process, because if it applied to all boats, I was right there with you, Sherry Jackson. I'm like, if 80% of the prime habitat is above Dodge Bridge, why wouldn't I apply it up in that section of the river as well? But in my mind, I'm thinking strictly 10 horsepower and above, which then helps me get through that rationale.
Who came up with the 10 horsepower? I think we came up with the 10 horsepower, didn't it?
The original petition was for 15 horsepower. But in recognizing US Coast Guard standards, the theory was that most of the fishermen use drift boats with small outboard motors. And so the petition requested 15. In talking with Brian Paulson, boating safety manager, he pointed out that drift boats by law can only have a 10 horsepower motor. And so to be consistent with what the petition was anticipating as far as this applied to drift boat, we didn't think it was appropriate to allow a 15 horsepower when Coast Guard would only allow 10. And that's how we came up with
I'm not
it.
familiar with Coast Guard moving. I've never seen that. I look for it.
So
I don't see it. They always stipulate that you have to have a motor that's rated for the boat it's put on. The plaque on the back. Is that different for some reason than drift boats?
So remember with the piece that's different than why you maybe are not finding it is it has to do with a condition of the manufacturing process for a drift boat. So typically under a certain size, you have to have flotation foam in a boat, a certain amount. And drift boats specifically are carved out in what would probably be in the manufacturing section of the Coast Guard regulations to where they don't have to have flotation foam. And that approval from the Coast Guard to deviate from that was conditioned on the manufacturing being maxed out at 10 horse motor.
But they still put that on the rated capacity on the back of the boat, right?
They do.
So that determines what you can put on a drift boat.
Right, but if you're following, which manufacturers should be following the Coast Guard regulations, you should never see a drift boat without anything above a 10 horse.
I agree, that's typical.
And that has
But
to
then you're assuming it's only drift boats. So we had cataract. It's on the river. He doesn't face that same restriction on the Coast Guard. Now it's hard to believe they have more than 10 horsepower, or they need more than 10 horsepower. Still, people are telling us on the river that they need 15 horses to maneuver. I don't know what kind of boat they're in. Maneuver around log jams and stuff. They're experienced on the river. I'm not living on a river. And frankly, a 15 horsepower versus 10 horsepower is not going to really impact the river that much. I've had a 10 horsepower that's much more powerful than a 15 because of the pitch of the prow. What's more important to the river is the length of the shaft and the pitch of the prow. I don't want to spend a lot of time arguing this, but I have a problem with forcing people to buy a 10 horse when they have a 15 that's pretty functional. I just have an issue with that. You know, I personally don't care when we have 10 or 15. But that's my concern.
I agree.
I mean, one would think the boater would be following the rules for his or her boat in the same way we talk about in our past couple of presentations about, life jacket carriage and stuff, that if you've got a boat that's rated for a 10 horse, you're not putting a 15 on it. Any other questions at this point, or shall we let Ellen continue?
I think maybe I just put in a point on definitely the 10 horse derived from OSB staff, wanting to make sure that since the primary user down there was 10 or 15, but I think, to be clear, it is within the board's prerogative.
But we're putting it out there like the camping board, DFW.
Yeah, thank you, member Withy. It's important that we own what came from us on this, and that came from us based off wanting to make sure that the largest user group down there. And certainly I imagine if you go on a river, you'll find boats with 15 horses, but if they looked at their capacity plate, they'd find that they were over motor, and there are cases where people have been cited for that. But just to be clear, right, member Withy, if the board's debating, kind of making sure we recognize what ODFW is sharing versus what Marine Board is sharing. I think the 10 or 15 would be something the board could certainly entertain a debate on.
ODFW's recommendation for 10 horse was based upon the number we already had in our rules. So, did you have some additional? Okay. So then in discussing the charter boat operations, at the work session, I believe we heard testimony that the operator could do 300 trips or had done 300 trips. And so there was some questions about what 300 trips meant. And so we proposed in the January or the December 23rd filing that we define that 300 trips is one boat traveling above Table Rock Road Bridge. Because there's the other confusing definition is the charter boat does bookings, and one booking for one time slot, depending on the number of individuals on that booking, may require that the operator uses 1, 2, or 3 boats. And so this just clarifies that 300 is one boat, not one booking trip going above, which could include all 3 boats. Does that distinction make sense? Okay. And then following what we filed, we're recommending added the language in blue. And so the charter boat definition in statute does not specify whether it's a motorized or non-motorized. And all along, this section was intended to impact only motorized boats. And we also had a comment letter of a winery that wanted to use non-motorized rafts to allow people to float. I believe it was from Dodge to stop at the winery and then continue on to Bell Park to take out. And so this is just clarifying that type of use, the non-motorized use, would not be covered by this rule. And so we developed these based on a lot of the comments we've heard from different users. In that, when we filed on December 23rd, we held a rule hearing on January 15th. The board packet has a summary of what we heard at that meeting. And I will point out that we did hear from, as we've gone through this process, we primarily heard from, groups like the Rogue River Defenders, Guardians, that wanted to protect wildlife, limit the horsepower, etc. As we went through the process, I think originally a lot of the out of season users, the guide boats, the guide fishermen, duck hunters, we started to hear a lot more from the unintended consequences. And so that's called out in my summary of the rule hearing. So we've been getting a lot of good comments, and I know the board has had the opportunity and has taken the opportunity to read all those comments. And so with that, the board actions, you can adopt the proposed rules as written. You can reject the above amendments and adopt the draft rules that were approved back in October. Or propose and adopt any changes the board deems appropriate, or we can stop the rulemaking process. Now, if you'll notice, there's continued writing. So that ends what the staff recommended. What we have down here is we have heard from various individual board members of alternative solutions. So we just put those up there as a discussion point. If the board member wants to just, move forward with what we heard, we've already put that in writing. And so that's just to facilitate the conversation, but that'll be up to the board to make any recommendations or how they want to proceed from here.
And Chair Jackson, just for your own planning purposes, lunch is here whenever you are ready and however you want to handle the conversation.
Okay. Couple things I want to say. Thank you, Alan, and thank you, Jennifer, for facilitating all the comments and the hearings and multiple hearings and all that. It's, it's a whole lot of work. I think it's been a really great situation, as Mr. Huntington was talking about earlier today, of staff and the board working together as a board and also as individuals. I know anytime I had questions or was freaking out about stuff, I could contact staff and get my questions answered, feel better about kind of helping me and myself come to an informed decision on this. I also think that as we've refined it, we've kind of met the comments that we put into our public announcement about, looking at ways to preserve traditional boating uses on the upper road, loading the size and speed of boats, using the upper road, trying to reduce conflicts between motorized and non-motorized, and allowing other river users access to the river. So I think it is important that we consider, as Member Lambert said, we aren't fish biologists. And I know in my classes when I was taking things like fisheries and wildlife, you can have a lot of people who are professionals and my findings are correct. And Mr. Lambert goes out and does a study using different years as data points. His findings are also correct, even though they do not agree. And that's what we're hearing a lot of in the commentary. But we were given an ODF&W person who gave us his interpretation of ODF&W information. So I feel like we really have to kind of hold to that. Knowing that, of course, these systems change all the time. So, things done in years 5, 10, and 15, that data can be correct, as is very different data in year 2, 4, and 6. So, I really support sticking with what ODF&W used as kind of our science points. With that, let's kind of start at the bottom. So can you scroll up a little bit where it says we've got like 4 things we can do. Is there anybody on the board who supports doing nothing, alternative 4 up there, and just saying, we're going to let the status quo play?
No.
It depends on what you compare it to.
Well, I'm saying
Right now, I agree with doing nothing, but I
Okay.
agree with
we don't want to stop. I guess the question is, do we want to stop the rulemaking process?
doing nothing. It's probably better than doing what's proposed.
Okay. So, but nobody wants to stop the rulemaking process.
That's true.
Okay.
Well, if all we have is the current rule, I want
Okay.
to stop
But
that
I'm
process.
trying-
I want to start over again.
Okay. What I'm trying to do is filter out to get to a point where we can maybe talk about some of these alternatives. I take it nobody wants to adopt the proposed rule, either that we came up with in October or the revised proposed rule that was issued in late December.
Sure.
But if I can share my thoughts on it and the rationale why not, I do not want to. And the reason I do not want to, after reading thousands of letters and listening to hours of hearing testimony that Alan led, is it doesn't solve the root of the problem, in my opinion. And the root of the problem that I've kind of talked about day one, and I know the board is talking about, is there's several sections of the river that have different unique characteristics based on the river and based on the type of use that occurs in those rivers. They have different environmental concerns for ODF&W. They have different conflicts and they have different historical uses. So I feel that as well-intended as the draft that's proposed now was at trying to resolve these issues, I think it takes a little bit too broad of a brush stroke for me to support it. And I think there's some unintended consequences. The largest for me is I think the recreational jet boat community that's been using that section of the river for decades and generations. We heard a lot from these folks in written testimony, and I've talked to several of them prior to the beginning of the rulemaking process. They're just getting caught up in a web, in my opinion. I don't think the recreational jet boat community was ever intended to necessarily get caught up in this process. And this affects businesses such as Mr. Wasson's business. We read his testimony, and other businesses. And it, to me, affects generational use, whether you're duck hunting, whether you're fishing, or whether you're just out there recreational boating. So I'm not supportive of the impacts that the recreational jet boating community has. This.
I tend to agree with you. I think, when we did what we did in October and we revised it in late December, most of the comments that came in were from one specific sort of palette of ideas. And as we started getting later in the first round of comments, and as we started getting into the second round of comments, we started seeing more of those sort of unintended consequence people. And so, thinking through this on my own decision-making process, if you'd asked me January 1, I probably would have said, yeah, I support the modified version, the December 23rd version. Right now, I can't.
Yeah, I don't support any restrictions to the historical boating community. It's been operating below Table Rock Bridge for decades, with minimal incidents, issues, user conflict. Yeah, I don't support that at all.
Couple comments. Let's go back to ODFW. I agree with what you said, Steve, member Lambert. But ODFW is not here, so we can understand that they put forward that provision. I don't have a way of getting answers to the questions I just posed to Alan. If I understood it, I could maybe support it. Or maybe they would change their perspective and change what they provided us, but that's not afforded to me. So I cannot support that provision. I agree with your comments about the historical use of the river and supporting those businesses that are on the river now. I think it's our mission not to harm, to the extent possible, businesses that live on the river. And the proposed rule would do that. Further, I think Rogue Jet Boat Adventures, who is the target of a lot of this, happens to be a successful business. And that's part of the problem. People are upset they're so successful. For us to shut them down or impact their operations is against what we're here for. We're trying to provide access to the river. That's why we spend all this grant money. That's why we build all these facilities around the state. To improve access. And they are providing a benefit, a service to the community that opens up opportunities for people like me who are disabled, for seniors, for families. I looked at their videos. You see people having fun, enjoying the river. That being said, I think it's our business too to minimize the impact they have on the river, to avoid safety problems. I spent a lot of time looking at Google, more than I prefer to do. I tried to analyze myself what has happened to the river since they've been in operation. I can't see it. The river itself has changed a whole lot. I looked at what I could see as safety problems above a Table Rock before Rattlesnake. There are some safety issues there that need to be addressed. The river narrows in some sections to 50 feet because it channelizes. It's going to be difficult for them to go through that section of the river while you have a floater coming the other way. There are some line of sight issues. I think it was Dr. Cabot, I don't know if I pronounced her name right, she also went through Google Earth and looked at it. I agree with her conclusions. Now, maybe we need to block that river section off from charter boat operations or commercial operations. Or maybe we need to require they have a spotter that accompanies them. Or maybe we need to make sure they're only going through that area at certain periods of time so people know they're there. I don't know what the answer is.
Table Rock Bridge.
Little Rock Bridge to Rattlesnake, correct?
So,
But the answer we've got right now.
okay, so I've gotten to a point where I kind of wanted to get right now, which is if we look at the items 1 through 4 there, we basically are maybe at item 3. We're not going to adopt what we've proposed either October or December 23rd. We're not going to stop the rulemaking process and let the status quo continue. We have, you said 2 alternatives on the screen?
So
Just,
we have 3.
we have 3 alternatives. Okay, great. So it is 12:15. Our lunches are here. Do we want to eat and continue the discussion? Do we want to break and eat and come back to the discussion? What is the board's preference?
I didn't quite understand what you said.
So
Do you want to eat or keep going?
we're
with this for a
we
little
have
bit?
3 alternatives that,
I want to close the existing one and I want to open the new one.
okay, we've got some alternatives that I think might sort of essentially do that. Our lunch is here. Do we want to eat and discuss? Do we want to stop the meeting, eat and come back to the meeting,
I would prefer.
or not eat and just,
I prefer the 3.
okay,
I would agree. I think
any,
I like it.
any lunch afterwards?
We have a lot of people online that are
All right,
very interested in.
we'll eat lunch when we finish.
That's right.
Cool. During Larry's review. All right, so Alan, roll ahead with alternative 1.
So how should we do this? Should the member who provided this
Yes.
offer it, or should I just go ahead and put my
If it
interpretation?
came from a member, let's have the member present it so that we can understand their rationale.
I'm happy to talk about option number 1. And this was based off of a lot of the discussion that we had today. My goal in this whole process was to solve some issues with some obvious conflict that we have down in that section of the region. I spoke early on in this process, the need for data, right? We talked about that a bit. Data can be provided in the role of safety. And I think Brian or Alan, one of you two did that, the last one with incidents, using the GIS technology that we're using. I don't believe that there's a documented. Am I not talking loud enough?
I can't read it from here. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Could you pass this down to Craig?
Yeah. I don't believe that there's a documented safety concern on this section of the road. I haven't seen it yet. With the section that we're talking about, Fisher's Ferry up from a safety perspective.
All the way
Yeah,
from
we
Fisher's Ferry up to the dam. There's no
Right.
safety issue.
document it from my
I
perspective.
agree with you.
So I'm looking at it, like I said, from those 3 perspectives of safety, kind of conflict and environmental concerns. So that was the first topic. The other topic on data is the environmental. And I share those concerns that you have, Member Withy, about ODF and W. But at the end of the day, I guess it's really just a trust issue for me. And I want to trust as a Marine Board member that ODF and W is providing us information that they have thought out and vetted.
But how you know that? You haven't talked to them.
I hear you. I want to trust that they are. Let's leave it at that. And then number 3, the issue that for me, from a data perspective, is hard to wrap my head around is the conflict. We don't measure that, right? So that's really kind of a qualitative, and that's where I weighed really heavily on the testimony that was provided via the written testimony at the public hearings. And we heard a lot. I mean, a lot about, there's obviously a conflict on the river. We wouldn't be here talking today. And I think that conflict needs to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed in the least impactful way to historical uses. So that historical use portion of it weighed heavily to me. So in my brain, I divided this section up, like I've talked from the beginning, from 3 sections. The upper reach is Dodge Bridge to the dam. The lower reach is Table Rock to Fisher's Ferry. and the middle reach is from Table Rock Road Bridge up to Dodd Bridge. I think the middle reach in this discussion, for me at least, is the most complicated and probably the hardest to solve, because I think that's where the majority of the conflict lies. I think from Dodge Bridge up, historical use, I think we've established is rafting for the city of Shady Cove and all of the vendors up here. I'm happy with coming to a conclusion that from Dodge Bridge up, we have limited to 10 horsepower and higher. I think ODF&W's testimony, both verbally and written testimony, they spoke to 80% of the spawning beds for spring Chinook are above Dodge Bridge. They spoke to the high quality habitat in that neck of the woods. We've also heard from some jet boaters that there's not a lot of jet boating that occurs up in that area, with the exception of mini jets. And we'll talk about that at the end of my discussion. So I'm comfortable limiting it to 10 horsepower and above from Dodge Bridge. Below Table Rock, access is pretty challenging below Table Rock Road Bridge. Historically, that has been a very high historical use for jet boats pre-removal of Goldray Dam. In 2010, when Goldray Dam was removed, it did open up the possibility, and I floated that section myself. It did open up the possibility for floating through the old dam site down to, a couple crude access points where you could take out below. So I will acknowledge that non-motorized use is starting to pick up, but it's not as heavy in there as it is, nearly as heavy as it is in the upper reach. In my opinion, the historical use in that section is jet boat use. The ODF&W did not seem as concerned with that section of the river from an impacts on jet boats. And I haven't heard of a ton of conflict in the issues in those areas, just because access, in my opinion, access is so limited. So that leaves us with the Table Rock Road to Dodge Bridge section. I think there's varying opinions on historical use there. Obviously, charter tour boats are not a historical use there, unless you're thinking 13 years back as a historical use. In my opinion, it's not. I do believe that recreational jet boat use is a historical use there, at least from Table Rock Road up to the Rapids.
Define historical. That's historical.
I think there's been people that for me, that's a great definition. If you can find a definition of historical and statute, but in my mind and the way I define it, it's decades, potentially even generation. I think people have been running that section of the river for a long time, and those folks were doing it fine until we had these large jet boats come into that section and start causing impacts and conflict.
Yeah, fairly large jet boat is, but I understand.
What's that?
It's questionable what a large jet boat is. A 250 horsepower jet boat, large boat.
Yeah, I'm talking the commercial or operations that are there. I think again, from a environmental standpoint, leaning on ODF&W's kind of perspective, ODF&W supplied in their own written testimony that they're, in that section from Fisher's Ferry to Dodge Bridge, that their main concern, they wanted to clarify, so far as to clarify in writing that their main concern was these large commercial charter boat tours, not recreational jet boats in that section of the river.
We talk about jet boats.
What's that?
Talk about jet boats.
Yes.
We don't talk about power boats. It's because typically you don't have propeller operated boats going through the river.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yeah, I think
Instead of saying motorized boats, we're saying jet boats.
Yes.
It's really motorized boats.
Yeah, I guess I'm just using.
Yeah, there's arguments from various commenters that a propeller boat is going to cause more damage than a jet boat. I just want to make sure we understand each other and people understand what we're saying. So you're really talking about power boats.
In the rule,
Not
yes.
only in the rule, but in our discussions, we keep saying jet boats.
Well, I'm talking jet boats because that's what the
That's
discussion.
what's on the river.
That's what everybody's talking about.
That's what's on the river.
That's why I'm specifically using those terms. So what I'm proposing here, I think, is, at least in my mind, not so much a broad brush approach. It minimizes impacts to the historical recreational jet boat use where it's occurring. It is in line with ODFW's recommendations. It's not going outside of their recommendations, to my knowledge. And it addresses a high conflict area in and around Bell Park, especially upstream of Table Rock Road. And I think, in my opinion, the amount of recreational jet boat use between Table Rock Road and Dodge Bridge is not significant enough to pose. We haven't seen a history of safety. We haven't seen, a history of incidents in there. So I gotta trust that data that the Marine Board staff is pulling up with us. So if you guys scroll up just a tiny bit there, please.
That portion?
The very beginning.
Oh, there's,
Sorry, yes. So what I'm proposing is above Dodge Bridge, County Park, in that first section I was mentioning, no person should use a motor in excess of 10 horsepower to propel a boat on the main stem of the river. The second one is in the event that river flow drops below, is that the very beginning, Alan?
yes.
Okay.
And to be clear, this was our interpretation of what was presented, because these were phone conversations. So if we didn't reflect your concerns accurately, we could absolutely change those.
That's fine. So above Dodge Bridge, you can use only a 10 horsepower motor. Let's just talk a little bit more simple terms on this. Down below, we can go to C. Charter boats may only operate upstream of Table Rock Road Bridge. Charter boats may not operate upstream of Table Rock Road Bridge. Charter boats may only operate below Table Rock Road Bridge and between there and Fisher's Ferry between May 8th and May 10th. And for the purposes of that section, a charter boat is motorized boat used to carry 7 or more passengers, etc. That's the same language in there. If you can scroll up a tiny bit more.
To back
To
up.
B, right there.
Yep.
So the upper section is addressed 10 horsepower and above. The lower section, you can only use charter boats down there. You can't use it between Table Rock Road Bridge and Dodge Bridge. You can use this rules are silent to the rest of the section for traditional jet boat use or motorized boat use. So really B is what dictates that time frame. If flows, this goes off the flow recommendation from ODF&W, which I'm going to weigh heavily as they brought that to us. If flows drop below 1350 CFS at Dodge, then motorized boats use in and above 10 horsepower is restricted in those areas. So what I'm trying to do with these rules, I guess, for my fellow members, is to chunk the river up by type of use and I guess I would say frequency of use by the flows. Charter boats would be limited below Table Rock, above Dodge Bridge, 10 horsepower only. The rest of the river that we're talking about, recreational jet boat, would be able to continue to occur until which such time flows reach that level of 1350.
So as I'm reading that, that would allow, for example, the duck hunters who go to a water accessible by water only property to do their hunting. And it would allow fishing guides who do fall and winter fishing trip stuff. It would allow those folks who were complaining. And it would allow Mr. Lawson to continue testing and training people to drive his product.
Yes, in my opinion, the historically established recreational jet boat use that some of which you just described would be maintained between Fisher's Ferry and Dodge Bridge.
Thank you for.
So that's alternative one. Are you gonna talk about the alternatives or?
No, this was my alternative.
This was his alternative. I just want to say thank you for, I don't know, telepathically reading my brain across 300 miles of state and putting it into really eloquent language, because I sure as heck couldn't have done that. So thank you for doing that.
Yes.
We have an alternative two, correct?
Alternative two.
Which was presented by,
That would be me, and it's basically identical to member Lambert's. So, yeah, I too, like I said, I don't support any restrictions to the historical boating community below Table Rock Bridge. And we do need to make a rule that provides protections for some protections for fish and wildlife, addresses safety concerns, reduces user conflict, and is fair to the historical boating community. We also need to make one that's that simplifies voting regulations, I think. Making them easy for agencies to enforce and for people to understand. I mean, we've read these thousands and I'm new at this, so I get kind of confused too at some of the wording for this. So I think mine is just really simple and it's basically identical. No person shall use a motor in excess. I have 15 horsepower on there instead of the 10. That's before I realized that in order to be in line with, I believe, Coast Guard recommendations that we could change that obviously to 10. A lot of people will have to buy new motors. They don't like that. To propel a boat between the Table Rock Bridge and Lost Creek Dam. And B, no charter boat operations shall be allowed to operate between the dates of September 10th and May 8th on the main stem of the road between Fisher's Ferry County Park and Table Rock Bridge. For purposes, this section, charter boat is motorized boat used to carry 7 or more passengers for hire or angling, sightseeing, or other recreational purposes. Yeah, that's where I stand with that.
So the difference I see there is that that would not allow the traditional jet boat user to go above 2 val.
Oh, is that a difference?
Yeah, between table, that takes jet boat use off the table between Table Rock and Dodge.
I'm fine with traditional jet.
Traditional jet boats are.
I'm fine with them going there. I'm fine with that. So we should clarify that I'm fine with that too.
Okay. And what is alternative 3?
So just, you don't even have to go there, Alan. I can speak to that.
Okay.
And this is probably good anyways for everybody listening. I had the benefit of having conversations with Member Lambert and some email exchanges with Member Messett. And so I'd spotted that difference that you all just noted and had, if the board wanted to go there, split the baby, so to speak, way. But I think that the board's in a spot where right now it'd be better to focus on the 2 member proposed pieces. And again, just for everyone's sake of hearing that, you know, these other members are not, you know, because there's new laws around serial communication and all those type things and having to have these conversations in public. The members were talking with me and I was able to see that, but you're not able to see each other's work till today. So
And that's,
it was great to see that there was some similarities in the 2 members and the way they were thinking.
and all I knew was that
Yeah.
something was afoot by another or other board member or members. So
Right.
this is the first time I've seen any of this.
So alternative 3 was just in case y'all wanted to split a baby there on 1 and 2.
Okay.
I had a way to do that, to at least start a conversation, but I think y'all are in a position to just have your conversations around 1 and 2.
Yeah, I don't even want to look at 3.
Yeah.
So I think just my clarification.
Process question.
What I heard is both Dax, or excuse me, Member Messett and Member Lambert agree with alternative 1, where above Dodge Bridge, 10 horsepower from Dodge to 2 val, traditional jet boats, but no charter boats. And then below Table Rock Bridge, all users.
I think the point of clarification to Member Withy and Member Messett's points, and I'm fine with it. You guys are more avid voters than me in this. You know better than me. I don't trust you. Whether 10 should be 15.
I think it should be 15.
And I'm fine with that.
I agree with 15. I prefer alternative 2 if you're gonna ask me now. But I need to ask a process question. If we choose one of these, we reopen, follows real process, or
So
do we not?
what this is, it's a notice requirement. And so we've spoken with various different agencies and council and determined that because of the notices that were sent out, we did address, you know, the potential for this rule because our notices were related to, you know, the Upper Road River, these sections. And also, this is reflective of a lot of comments that we've already seen, because effectively, this is kind of a combination of what staff proposed and what the original petition was. And so we're not making any changes outside of what was contemplated between all of the discussions and all the public comment. So we're not required to renotice this.
So we're looking at a final rule here.
We could do, if you vote on this, this could be the final.
And Member Whitney, thank you for asking that question. We have always been very conservative on when we renotice and the amount of change. And so Alan and myself spent a lot of time educating ourselves around what was allowed and talking with different people. And it really goes back to that notice and what was in the purpose and preserving the traditional use and the conversations that you're having today. If you stepped outside and went a completely different direction, that's where the renotice would come in. So
in looking at both of these, I want to make sure we've addressed all the comments we've received. There was a comment about safety concerns between Table Rock and Rattlesnake. There was concerns about the downness of the river, line of sight issues. How do we address that? Do we say there's really not a concern there, or do we say history has shown that there's not a problem?
From my reading of those testimonies and listening to folks, I feel comfortable, if not certain, that the majority of those concerns were aimed towards larger charter boat jet boats in that section, not a 22 foot jet boat running up there every so often angle. So I think we've addressed those concerns by removing that section of the river for the commercial charter boats that tours.
One thing that we can also do outside of the rulemaking, or I guess we could do it as part of the rule, but it's kind of not clean to do it that way. And Brian will get happy, is to ask for like a 2 or 3 or 5 year safety study to really try to document incidents, what those safety hazards, if there are any, what those incidents, what the reports to the police are, so that we actually have safety data. Because right now looking at the records, there's no record of incidents. It's all anecdotal. It's all what I would call basically hearsay. So, as part of this, if we do adopt anything today, I want to have it clear that we're asking staff to also work with our law enforcement partners and work with parks and whoever else about getting really good documentation of any safety issues out there.
And how to document these undocumented incidents. A lot of the letters talk about, hundreds of them talk about, I had this instance, it was a safety issue. I called the sheriff, it was undocumented. So it'd be a good idea to figure out a better way to make those documented, because they do exist.
And to that point, I think that's a great reminder for some of the education we'll be doing in that area. We, for instance, we have a report of odor tool, and other hotspot areas are certainly well aware of that tool, and it gives us good data. It gives us good information. We would, if the board was, it sounds like, wanting to do some of this work, part of that would be educating people that they can use our report of odor tool too. Still law enforcement primarily that follows up, but it gives us some direct data on where the reports are and what's coming. And then Brian does some of what you saw earlier, where he starts comparing law enforcement and PSA contacts and where people are reporting incidents, and starts to kind of get a picture that way. So.
Okay.
And I appreciate you bringing that up, because that was a big weight on my mind as going through this process. Was, we have policy of trying to exhaust all other methods before limiting a use. And I can't say to the public that we've exhausted all other methods particularly with historic recreational jet boat use. So I think if we go this route and we put some signs up and the boating facilities, talking about etiquette, talking about safety in those sections,
Rules of the road.
I think that will help address that from the limited recreational use as well. And we try to do some education.
Jet Adventures said he needed time to train his operators before he starts carrying passengers on May 8th. Would that be allowed in this concept? If he started on May 1st training, because I think that's concern for safety. You started training these people on
Down to
members
the
without training
definition.
testers.
That were you,
Or higher. So member with I just wanted to make sure that language was in there, and it carries over the definitional issue there of the for hire. So you know, if he's training, he's
He
not,
wasn't carrying passengers.
if he wasn't training passengers, he's not.
From here, my selection would be alternative too.
With that, because that has minus the flow restriction, is that,
Mhm.
is that they're essentially the same? I'm just curious, it's the flow, one has the flow restriction, two doesn't.
Main reason is because of the minimum flow is.
Yeah.
Because, you know, as I said, I agree with having a minimal flow on the river and maintaining the habitat in the river. I just don't believe this is the right way to do it. As I stated before, I believe you need to monitor it back at cloud. I think you need to do it before they turn deads. I would like to have an opportunity before I vote for a rule to talk to ODFW, understand why they put it in the way they did, and give them an opportunity to possibly change if I can convince them that I have a better perspective. I don't have the opportunity to do that. This is now my rule, and I don't necessarily agree with it.
Yeah.
And I still go back and say, if water conditions are such that we have to take action, we're able to do that. We do it on flood situations now. We do it when we lose marinas or docks because of those flood conditions, because there's too damn many sea lions on the dock. We do it now.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say damn sea lions. I like sea lions.
My concern with that, member with you, is we have a lot of businesses that operate on this section of the river, whether they're guides or, you know, rafting companies or even Mr. Grimes or other folks. And I'm always leery of temporary rules. I think the more things can be established in writing so that people can plan their business operations around it, the better it is for the business community. On that. And I kind of see your concerns with the location. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is that's the Dodge Bridge USGS location is the only location, with the exception of the Goldberry Dam USGS site, which is a little at the tail end of this study session. Those are the two USGS stations that are monitoring flows right there, besides the outflow of the dam, et cetera.
You're more familiar with it than I am, except I go online and I
Yeah.
see a monitoring station there. Can indicate it's right below the dam.
Yeah, maybe there's one there. I'm not familiar. I'm not saying there isn't. I'm just not familiar with it. But I guess my thought process on that is, regardless of where they measure it in that section, it seems to me that maybe they're just trying to get a measurement, and then they're applying that measurement, whether it's at the dam would be 30 miles upstream of the bottom area that we're talking about here. So whether it's there or in the middle or at the lower end, which is maybe the old Goldberry Dam site there, they got to pick somewhere to measure it and apply that. Without their studies.
If there's things that happen between the dam and there, and you're trying to make sure that you maintain the habitat in the spawning grounds.
I think the 1350 CFS minimum is almost a separate issue, and it somehow got dragged in to this other issue. Was this brought up at prior Marine Board meetings with OFGW conversations to have us adopt a 1350 CFS minimum for watercraft?
So member Beth, it did not come up at a prior meeting, but it came up, I think, in the meeting before you might have been able to join us, where they did present to us. And at the time, this all kind of goes back to risk mitigation. Not all of this, let me just be clear. This goes back to our mission and boating safety and doing those pieces. The portion that we're talking about right now was part of looking for ways to reduce risk to spring Chinook. And they'd shared at the time when they presented, I think it was in July, that there was a flow consideration, but they weren't ready to identify what that flow would be at that time. So we'd said, hey, our process is gonna take a while. If you get to a point where you do have a flow, let us know, and we'd like to, as staff, try to help work that into the proposal. And so, again, member Withy, I fully appreciate where you're at on your position, and I think it's consistent with the way you've inquired on things in the past. I just, for my sake, I guess I try not to ask much of the board in a rulemaking hearing, but as a director, if we already know there's a rate out there and we know that that's when the call is going to come to do it, it just feels more transparent for me to have it published versus essentially we would have a rule that is not, no. And that I know doesn't alleviate your concern, and I respect that. It's just.
Yeah, I understand. I appreciate that.
Could I interject something?
I just-
This?
I think I understand stuff.
Yeah.
Before I vote on it.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't understand as clearly of why it's established, where it's established, and the level it's established at. So that gives me pause. But if it's either this, nothing, I'll take it.
I mean, when I got a sense, I think it was in a phone conversation with Alan, was, I'm gonna put this back into like my own situation. So when I walk down to the Willamette River and I look out over the area where I'm gonna go kayaking and I see what the conditions are, I know like what boat to take, what direction to go, how to behave. And usually if I haven't been on the water for a while, I will go to the NOAA site and look at what is the current, what is the river height, so that I have a data point in my mind that says what I saw today is this kind of a flow rate. And I think what they're trying to do is say, this is a condition, I don't want these kind of boats, and then tying it back to what is that data point on a flow meter.
And thinking it through a little bit as listening to you guys talk, this restriction would only apply below Dodge Bridge. It wouldn't apply above Dodge Bridge because that restriction of whether it's 10 or 15 is already in place. So that makes perfect sense to me why they picked Dodge, because we're talking about everything from Dodge downstream.
Alan, you were gonna say something.
That was what I was gonna interject, because the headwaters of what this will impact is Dodge Bridge, as opposed to.
But you're still on boats above Dodge Bridge.
Only,
They can't.
so the 10 horse, with this restriction, 10 horse would be allowed the entire length of the
With
river.
a shaft hanging down in the water and a propeller
Yeah.
turning, stirring up the river bottom and water levels low.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a problem, isn't it?
I understand your position.
So,
For me, that goes back to what ODF&W had recommended. ODF&W, right or wrong, doesn't see that as a problem, then I have to trust their scientific
Okay.
recommendation. That's not a problem.
I don't want to belabor this. You heard my position. You say right or wrong, but I don't know if they understand what concerns we brought forward. We haven't had that conversation. You feel we don't need to have a conversation, we just trust them. Well, guess I'm not as trusting.
Understood.
Any other questions, discussion? So where do we want to go with this?
But somebody needs to make a push on. And are we gonna decide, are we gonna vote on both of them? Or are we just gonna decide which one and vote on it? Where do you stand there?
I'm comfortable with going with the first one and changing it to 15 horse. I think we pretty much were all in agreement to that one, correct?
I'm good with that.
I'm comfortable with that.
So
You
Alan,
wanna make a motion?
I want to throw one other thing out, and I'm not beholden to this at all. But again, going back to the comments that we heard from people about the commercial jet boat operation and how they started with the boat, and then they got the second boat, and then they got the third boat, which is what, 25 passenger or something.
Correct.
Do we want to add something in here about limiting the size of the charter boat? Because one of the things that we did hear from a lot of the folks was you know, the small and the medium are bad, but they're not that bad compared to the large. Do we want to put a limit in that says, you know, it can't be bigger than 25?
I would support that.
My hesitation is managing somebody's business. I understand where you're going. But if they found a way to configure the boat without changing the boat hydraulics, carry more passengers, why would I prevent them from doing that?
From my perspective, I think we're the area downstream of Table Rock where this operation would be limited to operating at now. I say, I don't want to put any more restrictions on in that area. Let's wait and see what happens.
Okay. I was just trying to figure out a way to maybe address some of the public comments about, you know, the size, the ever increasing size of the boat. So I'm fine with one as it is.
So it sounded to me like Dax was ready to make a motion.
I make a
on
motion.
31 and changing the horsepower to 15.
Jennifer, is it possible?
Don't speak for it. Are you making a motion?
Okay, I'm making a motion
Or
to adopt amendment number 1, but change the word alternative 1, but change the excess to 15.
and down,
And down below and B as well.
I put the cursor there.
And Jennifer, for purposes of your public record, do we need somebody to read the entire?
Yes.
Okay, so how about this? I'm going to read alternative 1 and then somebody can make a motion. So alternative 1, section 9, the Upper Rogue River and its tributaries. Subsection A, no person shall use a motor in excess of 15 horsepower to propel a boat on the main stem of the Rogue River above Dodge Bridge County Park and Rogue River tributaries between Fisher Ferry County Park and William L. Jess Dam, aka Lost Creek Dam. B, in the event that the river flow rate drops below a 3-day average flow of 1350 cubic feet per second CFS, or equivalent water level of 3.20 feet measured by the USGS site 14339.000 Rogue River at Dodge Bridge near Eagle Point, Oregon, use of a motor in excess of 15 horsepower shall be restricted between Fishers Ferry County Park and Dodge Bridge County Park. Restrictions shall remain in place until the 3-day average flow increases above 1,350 cubic feet per second. Section C, in addition to the above restrictions, subsection A, charter boats may not operate upstream of Table Rock Road Bridge. Subsection B, charter boats may only operate between Table Rock Road Bridge and Fishers Ferry County Park between May 8th and September 10th. Subsection C, for the purposes of this section, a charter boat is a motorized boat used to carry 7 or more passengers for hire for angling, sightseeing, or other recreational purposes. Is there any more? Is that it?
That should be it.
All right, that's it. So that is alternative 1.
I make a motion, we adopt amendment 1, alternative 1.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to adopt alternative 1 as previously read. All those in favor?
You probably need to do a roll call.
Yeah, let's do a roll call vote. Jennifer?
Chair Jackson,
Aye.
Member Lambert.
Aye.
Member Whitney,
Yes.
Member Nesbitt.
Aye.
All right, we have 4 votes in favor of adopting alternative 1. So I think we are done with this agenda item. I do again want to thank staff for your patience and effort and work in all of this. And also thank you to all folks out in the community who either came out to our hearings to testify or provided written testimony on this issue.
And Chair Jackson, just to make sure I've captured what I think staff would come back with, my proposal would be that we just do one of our standard rule reviews after a year with the board. And at 2 years, we come in because then we'll have enough safety data to start to see that safety data after we've done some education on report a boater and the information data. And then at the 5-year mark, we would do a rule review and a safety wrap up review. Is that
Sounds good to me.
adequate for the board on a review and making sure that we see that this rule did what we thought it would do?
Sounds good to me.
And I want to thank you, my fellow board members, for a very good dialogue and for putting the effort in there, coming up with solutions that we could all agree upon. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for
Thank all, I would like to thank all of you for, it's nice being able to have a good, robust discussion. I think it's important for the public to know that for good reason, our discussions are limited by a lot of laws in the state of Oregon. So we're limited to having those discussions as a board here in public meetings. And that can be challenging to work through these processes, but well, I appreciate that.
So question for the board, and our next item is our executive session regarding agency director review. Our lunches are here. I don't know about you guys, but I'm hungry. Do we want to eat and conduct our executive session, or do we want to take a break and eat and then come back and have our executive session?
And if it helps you in your decision, we've got 2 people that are going to join us virtual, so we may need a few minutes anyways to get people connected and all that for the exec session, or HR people.
I'm fine with whatever you guys want to do.
Whatever as well.
Eat and talk?
Okay,
Works for me.
sounds great.
Okay, so
I need to get them connected.
do you want me to read the leaving for executive session first?
Sure.
Okay, so the Oregon State Marine Board will now meet in executive session pursuant to ORS 192.660, subsection 2, subsection I, to discuss the agency director's annual review. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. All other members of the audience will not be allowed into the room. Representatives of the news media are specifically directed not to report on or otherwise disclose any of the deliberations or anything said about the subjects during the executive session, except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. No decisions may be made in executive session. At the end of the executive session, we will return to open session. The Teams live stream will now show a screen indicating that we are in executive session, and we will remove it once we have returned to the room. We're back. We're back. All right, we're back from executive session and we are now in open session again. Per ORS 192.660 subsection 6, no decisions were made during the executive session. In item H, we conducted our agency director review, and we do need to adopt his performance evaluation. So do I have a motion?
I have a motion, I make a motion that we adopt Larry, Warren's, director review that we just completed.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt the agency director's review that we just talked about. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No opposed. Thank you to our DAS staff for helping us out through that process. And we're on to our agenda item I, the last one.
All right, and just as a reminder for the board, this is a check and balance we put in to make sure staff's talking about things you want to talk about. So anytime you have something that you're like, I'd really be interested in this is the time. So I've added a few things today based on our meeting discussions. Let's make sure we got everything. We've got a mini jet discussion that we've talked about in April. And to be clear, where I anticipate that is just in April, what you would expect would just be an overview. Let's just talk about the lay of the land, what's out there, what's happening, what's growing, problems we're seeing, problems we're not seeing here for groups. We're not at all coming in with, we need a rule, there is a rule, let's have a rule. We're just starting the conversation with you so you can tell us how to talk about that issue further. We had a June non-governmental water safety outreach program, and I believe Member Withy, I think everybody was impressed with Wildwood Water and Hood River, but you'd said, hey, can we hear more about these and how do we encourage others to replicate what's super successful? June will always be grants. Just as a reminder for some new, and maybe for new members, so you know, the reason we switched between June and July as our summer meeting is on budget years, we've learned that if we hold that meeting in June and you make some decisions, we can get that money out because we don't officially get permission to spend it till July. It lets us start letting people know, hey, start getting those orders ready, we can just spend money quicker. And it's sometimes hard to spend money. So by letting people know in June what they're gonna have permission to start spending in July, it's just helpful. So in the following year, the meeting will be in July because it will be well into our cycle of budget and things, but so you'll get more on that. And then I have, and I'll look at some timing on these. Klamath overview, just sort of what's happening, where's it at, where is it going? Let's figure that one for April. I think that one won't be a difficult one for us to pull together a conversation on. The grant limits discussion, if you could just let me talk with Alan and Janine about, is that a better April, June, or October discussion? If y'all are okay with us having that conversation, we'll slot it in, but just, I don't know that I have an opinion about when we could be ready for that, but I think just talk about some timing. And then based on the last action you took on the road, we will be adding in a rule review, a safety review, and a rule and a safety review. So.
Only comment from me on that, Larry, was the Klamath River conversation. I
Yeah.
thought you had just mentioned April. My recollection of Janine and the presenters date was like June time.
Oh, well.
I thought that's when the planning may be done.
I think that's.
Yes.
So we'll go, so thank you. We'll go, Jim.
Mhm.
Appreciate you.
On the lines of safety, this discussion we just had on the upper road. We had a lot of concerns expressed about safety on the river. And we're gonna have to struggle ourselves to figure out how we evaluate that. And decide if there's a lot of truth in that. I'm looking at Google Earth and looking at the river and the bends in the river and how it narrows down. We have expertise on staff that can do that analysis for us and give us that input when we address those issues. Eddie has more capability than any of us to sit down and do a review like that. That'd be very helpful when we have issues, since we just went through. I don't know if that requires a workshop or doing something with Eddie, so we communicate to him what we're looking for and those kind of subjects. No, we can't leave that to you to work through, but that would be very helpful.
I live in the area and I travel that part of the river with jet boats, rafts, inflatables, drift boats with 15 more boats.
Yeah, so you're on the river, you've been there, you experienced it, you know it.
And would love to
I'm
help.
coming out of the outside, and I'm trying to figure out, is this really an issue? Or is this not an issue? And I know Eddie, worked with Eddie, I know his knowledge and experience. He could look at that, river section very quickly and come back with information for me.
So member Withy, I think we could translate that into a really good informational item. It was, I recall one time many years ago where a particular policy person here offered to put the board in a kayak and drive around them really fast and see when they got uncomfortable. And we don't want that as our solution, finding that out. In the moment, it made sense, at least for staff. So what I'm hearing is more safety is what we're all about, right? That's core to us. So we're probably ready for a discussion on when the board's going through issues, what type of information do you want to know? What kind of information can we provide? How long would it take us? What factors? And I think that's just a good discussion. So I think we can slate that in and work on that.
Yeah, it'll be invaluable to me, instead of having to run out myself and try to do it on my own.
I think one thing to keep in mind for October also is that if SB 700 or Helms AIS bill goes through, we're going to have to open rulemaking on issues. Get that going.
Yeah, kind of a placeholder for any post legislation rulemaking.
Because we would have to do it for our guide outfitter program too.
Yeah.
You see a work session in June or just a meeting? No, it's
Have we,
April.
I'm gonna look over at Jennifer and say, have we typically done the grant? Well, maybe, sorry, I forgot you came back in the room. You're all in beige over there. You blended with the one. No. Have we typically done the grant part as a separate meeting? Help me out.
It depends on the amount of applications. Sometimes it can be almost a full day. But we try to have it where it's like all of the morning or all of an afternoon and then whatever overflow.
Trying to remember where we're at in June as well. Roseburg.
June, yes, we're in Roseburg.
So in June, we'll be in Roseburg. April, we'll be here. So I would assume in the afternoon at a minimum before the meeting, we would arrange some sort of tour for those that are available since we're in the area. Try to get you out to see some things. I know we've got really cool facility work that have been there. We can go look at some sites. And so I would say if you're planning at a minimum, I would foresee us having a good tour for those that can make it planned out.
Sounds good.
Okay.
With that, any other for the good order and business? All right, we are adjourned.
Fancy bed.
Huh?
It's a fancy